If you don't care, then we don't care. 1, 2, 3 times 2 to the 6. Jonesing for your fix of that Limp Bizkit mix. So where the fuck you at, punk? Shut the fuck up and back the fuck up while we fuck this track up. Throw your hands 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 up. Now move in, now move out. Hands up, now hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you gonna do now. Breathe in, now breathe out. Hands up, now hands down. Back up, back up. Tell me what you gonna do now. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. 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 You don't wanna mess with Limp Bizkit? Yeah, can't mess with Limp Bizkit. Why? Because we get it on every day and every night. Hear this platinum thing right here? But we're doing it all the time. So you better get some better beats and get some better rhymes. We got the game set, so don't complain yet. 24/7, never begging for a rain check. Old school soldiers blasting out the hot shit. That rock shit, putting bounce in the mosh pit.
Guys, I'm actually so stoked about that. Are you kidding me? What the hell? I didn't even know that was happening. Hello. Next. Hi guys. No, yeah, DBD Charlie, do what you need to do. Yeah, sorry I was late. Guys, I had the worst sleep. So I do apologize if I'm out of it. But oh my god. Thank you for telling me, Henry. I am so excited about this. What the hell? Not that like, I know it's not a huge deal and I was gonna stream anyway, but I felt so guilty because I was having my subathon and I didn't have any tokens to use because I used it all for my 24-hour stream. So I'm like, oh my god, yay, I don't have to use my own token. That's amazing. Like that's so good. Hell yeah. I know, Caffeine, I'm so late. Actually, you know what? I just realized I'm actually not that late, but I still feel bad because I messaged Gran. I wonder if there's, wait, Henry, you like? I messaged Gran and it probably, I said at 6:30 a.m, baby, I had the worst sleep ever. I'm going to try and get a crumb of sleep. I'll be a little late, but I'll call you soon at 6:30. Because I was literally lying there. You know when like you've tried to sleep and you're absolutely exhausted and you feel like shit and you're like, that was me in bed. I was like, what's going on? I can't. I think Mimi was a little restless as well, which is fair. Me once, no, real. So I was like, shit, what am I gonna do? Hi, Shibi. You know what, Taffa, technically, usually when I stream with Gran, I'm usually live between 7:30 and 8 a.m. and it's only 8:20. So like, actually not too bad. But I really wanted to be live at 7:30. But I mean, Carla, please, that's pretty good. No, honestly, Charlie, yeah. It's not that bad. I know, you're right. Twitch knew you were doing a clump mess and needed to give you a discount. Guys, I am so happy about that. Like, I was feeling really guilty that there was no discount on. Oh, that makes me so happy. And the fact that it's 8 days too, like... Oh, Mia's trying to get it. I heard her scratch the door. She was scratching. Anyway, that's so exciting. Yay. Absolutely so happy. Yay. Maybe was having more energy. I know, she was scratching. She ate in the middle of the night again. Taffa, discounted subs. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. I'm so happy. Thank you. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Okay, emoji. Abby, all good doll. Do we need to do?
Taffa Ballas has gifted
Thank
5
you, Taffa.
subs.
That's so kind.
Naughty boy.
Thank you. That means a lot. I didn't even know there was discounts this week. That's so cool. Thank you, Taffa. Please thank the gifters if you got a sub as well. Sully. Wait, Henry, you're right. It's just a constant treasure train.
All the shorties in the club.
Thank you guys. He is here too.
Let me see you just get low, scrub the ground. Let me see you just push it up, push it up. Let me see you just
Wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, yeah.
Wobbling with my up and go. Sully, thank you so much.
Wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, yeah.
Sully
Nina said
Shadari
thank
has
you.
gifted 6 subs.
Hi, George.
Naughty boy.
She's making that noise again. But I think it's actually, can I see? I think it's actually better. I think it's better. I don't think it's as like hard blocked, but there's just a lot of snot happening. So she's making a lot of noises, which is part of the reason why I didn't sleep last night. But it's okay. She ate some meds in the middle of the night. We tried the liquid meds and she got really angry, so we're gonna try it again this morning. But she got her eye stuff in. She used her eye stuff, so it's like okay, you know. Nelly, 1 course and my master thesis left, and then I'll have my master's degree. I'm so proud of you. Holy crap, that's my goal. Yeah. Ray, thank you for thanking as well. Pixel Ray, Abs, thank you for your streak. Joel, hello. Sully, hello. Thank you so much for all the subs, guys. That's so nice. Thank you. Not the gnomes. I know, I'm so excited. I should probably call Granny. But once Granny and I are finished, we'll do gnomes. Let me just call her. See if she answers. We'll see.
Hello?
Hey!
We'll see what?
I said we'll see if you answer because you might... Don't get that attitude with me.
I was trying to call you on Steam, just kidding, I wasn't.
Okay, good.
We're watching New York food videos.
Ooh.
And you interrupted us.
Okay, go. Keep... I'm talking anyway.
No,
so
I'm
you...
just kidding.
Do you want to finish the video?
Are you ready to know? Well, are you still addressing?
I'm still addressing, so if you want to finish it, you
straight.
can.
You called me when you weren't ready?
Well, I'm ready, but if you want to finish your video, that works for me too.
This is how Carla and I always talk. We'll be like playing Overwatch, and I'll be like, I need to do a couple of challenges for Chian, and she'll be like, I'm like, but you do it. And she's like, no, you play. No, you can do it.
Put your ass away, child.
It's fine. You play Chian. Like
Molly
I can
Temp
hear you
just
wanna play her.
subscribed.
You know what
Like,
you
no,
did,
no,
actually,
no.
which was really
Yeah.
cute, is... I think you know I had the big bleed, and you played the main girl for like a couple, not a lot actually, and then you're like, you have a... And I was like, what? She's like, yeah, you play her. I'll play, what's the other one called?
Sojourn.
Sojourn, yeah. And I was like, oh, okay. But like, you just gave it to me. I was like, that's love.
I played one Chian, and I was filled with guilt. I couldn't do it.
I
No,
actually
I
love
couldn't
Bastion a
do
lot
it.
now.
Every kill, every ult, every like flank I did, I was like, Carla could have been doing this. And she's got the big bleed.
She's got the big bleed. I love how you created that. I love saying the big bleed now.
You know, this was a thing that I used to do with my old op. Like, I would, everything was the big something. It has to be capital T, capital B, right? The
Yeah.
big, and then capital. So it's always like the big meeting,
Yes.
the big call,
Yes.
the big lunch,
Yes.
the big client, the big
Ooh.
account, the big walk. If you're like leaning on the door of someone's office, the big lean.
Ooh, yeah.
Ooh,
Got you.
the big bleed.
Got you, babe. Love.
So how are you?
I'm good, babe. I didn't sleep well last night, and I literally sleep texted you. By sleep texted you, I mean I was in this like daze where I was like, I'm not getting up when my alarm's getting up. I needed 30 minutes extra.
Well,
I
you
gotta
sound
text
really
him.
good, and I had a vision that this
Ooh.
would happen. I was getting ready for bed, and I went to bed a little later because I had a lot of shit to do, and I was like, I feel like Carla's gonna have like one of those sleeping problem things tonight. I don't know what. Maybe I did that. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Thank you for bringing it on. But I no, but it's fine. But I was like, fuck, I feel so bad. And you know what? I'm actually only like 30 minutes late to my usual time when I start with you. So I'm like, why are you beating yourself up, babe? It's all right.
That's not too bad.
Not too bad.
I was like 5 minutes late today too because I went to too much to do, and I had to sleep in by an extra 10 minutes. I had a meeting with more lawyers yesterday for my visa.
Really?
And they were like, I was like, I want to get there before October. And they're like, well, that depends on you. You got to get your shit together. And I'm like, I will.
I love how
I
they're
will.
calling you out and they're like, you can, you just have to, you know.
Oh, we were off to a great start because I said, we need to move quick. We gotta go. They're like, okay, so they sent through everything, right, immediately after the meeting. And I signed all of the onboarding, whatever. I failed in my rush to notice that they attached an invoice.
Oh.
The server says, the retainer. I didn't pay. And I a week later, I was like, I haven't heard from them. I go back and check. I'm like, I'm an idiot. I haven't paid the thing. So we just like lost a week.
Oh.
But they said we're fine. It's not a problem. We can get there early October, maybe before October. We're gonna be there. We need to be there before GTA 6.
Oh, okay. Good point.
Absolutely.
How do I invite you
Important.
as well?
Oh, I need to log in.
Okay, wait, hold.
Let me get in, Nanya.
Wait. Molly, thank you so much. Sorry. Granny was yapping and I really didn't want to cut her off. Thank you so much for
I feel like
50, my
Steam is always
love.
having
How
a
are
sale.
you? Hello. And your streaks
I
and your
opened up
lurks.
Steam summer sale. On now. Every time I open, it's always like a sale
Winter
on
sale.
something.
Spring
Yeah,
sale.
there's always something. Like, I don't think there's ever not a sale. It's like Briscoe's.
What's Briscoe's?
Briscoe's is like a home goods store in New Zealand.
Oh.
And there's like a lady with like a bob, and she's like, rush into Briscoe's now. 30% off towels, ovens, and kettles.
Oh.
And they're always doing a sale. Always doing. It's like a joke.
Kettles.
Kettles.
Mister, we're playing with Gran tonight, and
Yeah, I'm
then
starting up the game.
we might play some Mecca with pals. I have a feeling we're all going to get together again, but we didn't plan anything,
Finally,
so
this game is out.
we will see. Cass, yes. All right. Get your shit together, story of my life, for real. Tuesday sale.
Tuesday sale, discount tires now.
Discount
Get on
tires.
it up $399. How to get about the $399. Get a discount tires now. That's how our ads sound.
You know what
They're
would be so
loud.
good? Imagine us with a speaker and 2 mics, and we were doing the haggles in front of like the reject store. I think we'd do really good.
Yes, please. Okay, I'm changing the category.
Molly, thank you, doll. Sorry for
So
my
when are you
delay.
going to visit me in NYC?
Whenever, really. Whenever I head over
Okay.
there. Because I could
get
see Chris
there.
and you, which is cool. It's like 2
But
for 1
mostly me.
special. Because I'd stay with Chris and then we'd come into New York to see you.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, because he has like... Well, I mean, you could stay with me.
True.
It would be... I mean...
A slumber party.
Yeah, which is honestly, you kind of like... That's kind of the fun of New York anyway. Like, who cares?
True.
You just have to be very comfortable with each other, I will say.
I think we would be. You reckon?
Oh, we would be fine.
We'd be fine,
We'd be
I think.
absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Okay, I
right.
am in the game.
The God stream?
Oh my god, I forgot
What's
the
the
music.
God
Womp,
stream?
womp, womp, womp.
I forget my own joke if I made a joke.
So, I wonder how much this has changed.
So apparently, let me see if I can read it out. Apparently there's new maps. New houses. Let me see.
Did they? I think I saw a clip that they nerfed the man slightly. Like he doesn't grab you right away. You can actually kind of weave in and out of him.
Oh, okay. Wait, let me test this. Testing.
Hello? Oh, what's the talking thing?
I'm using my mouse. Can you hear that?
I can.
I'm using my left mouse. Try the binds. Oh, it's so wet.
Oh, it does work. Do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Oh, ooh. Me,
Wait, I
me
need to mute on Discord. The key binding I have to mute and unmute myself is the same.
That's where you go wrong.
God, why would I do this?
Ray, I'm so excited. I
Um,
haven't played the full game in forever, so I'm very excited.
Where's the goddamn?
And then I'll see if I can convince her to
Someone
Mecca,
has
because I
key
reckon
bindings.
we'll be like, all right, that's fun, in like
Toggle
an hour and a
the-
half, and then do the
What's
last hour of
the
Mecca with
mask
her.
for?
I want you to know that I'm also obsessed with Mecca.
You're obsessed with what?
Mecca Chameleon.
Oh yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. I think I need to give that game another go because I was so bad the first time. I was like, this is
You
so hard.
weren't.
And everyone was so good. I was like, this is a lot.
We could do the last hour together if you want.
We could.
It's so good. There's new maps. And
Or I could jump out a window. I'm just kidding. No, we should. That'll be fun. I really want to.
Okay. Let's go.
Hello?
To jump out the
Hey,
window.
are you okay? You didn't respond.
Yeah, because you said you would want, or you could jump out of a window.
No, it's okay. I really want to play it.
No.
I really want to play the game where everyone knows exactly how to play and I don't.
No.
And no one can hear me either because my mic is quiet. I really want to.
It's just you and me.
Yeah,
With the community, it's fun.
Yeah. Oh, it was so good. It was so good. I love the part where I made it.
Girl. Emma! Have a good sleep, doll. I appreciate you.
For the record, before anyone goes on Blue Sky, I was joking.
Don't you raise that tone with me, young lady.
Also, Banthony and Chris constantly joking about Blue Sky is making me feel so validated because people are like, Granny, switch to Blue Sky. I'm like, but who, for who?
Get Jonathan out of his
Who am I
hunt.
gonna be talking to?
No, real. Who's Johnny? Alright.
Get Jonathan out of his hunt.
What's that fire? What the hell? Is that a fireplace? Bexley! New car? Okay. Sorry about the week though. I hope your weekend's better. Where's his hut? I think you're like Jonathan. Really? Is he outside? Kill a cockroach, travel through sewer system, steal any item from kitchen. Okay. What's clonk again? Clonk is metal. 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 I'm stuck. What are the randos doing? Charlie.
What are you doing in me bathroom?
Hello.
Get out.
You gotta open this
What
drawer.
we need, kill a roach, travel, steal any item from the kitchen. Hey, there's a fire! Look, there's a fire, Carla!
Aw. Look at him. I hope he
There's
gets
a
his...
roach.
Oh, we gotta kill it, but we gotta get an item. Okay.
Oh my god. You have to throw something on the roach to kill it?
I think we need one of the items.
Yeah.
Eh.
Yeah.
What do you mean you're taking the killer to the exit door when you know I only just started opening it? Me neither.
Sparky, what's it? Some Sparky, what's this?
Alright, maybe go to the kitchen. Where's the kitchen?
How do you pick things up? Like, why am I so bald? Oh, here.
I don't know either,
Come here,
actually,
Roachy.
Henry.
Come here, Roachy Woachy.
You think you're gonna kill it with a mouse?
I'm gonna kill it with this stuffed mouse. Watch this.
Okay.
Oh, that man is right there.
Oh, good luck.
Time to go.
Oh, girl. There's no change log. Alright.
Well,
Woo. I need to get to the
hey,
kitchen.
turns out that fire was the fireplace.
Oh, I thought you knew.
I did. I was like, oh my god, there's a fire. I forgot about
Oh.
fireplace. The concept of a fireplace.
I know, I would love a fireplace.
Something in here. It's moving.
I got panties.
Oh, it's panties? Okay. Why does he have these?
Why not? Happy Pride. I'm gonna try and get to the kitchen. He's old. Oh, I need that. Hi, Luxie. How are you, doll? Now, here's the thing. I need to get to the kitchen, but he's camping the lounge room.
He's camping? Oh,
Any-
I know what to do. I'll
any
distract
weapon?
him.
Okay.
Distract him. I'll extend a leg. And
Oh,
ask
wait,
for a
here. How about this?
ride.
How about this first? See if there's anything in this, what's it called? Drawers. Hold. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, let's see.
Oh, here comes the roach.
Nothing.
Got him!
Wait, how'd you kill it? That's impressive. Oh, there's metal here. We need this.
He really is in the way, huh?
He is. Wait, are you in Europe, Luxie? Sorry about the heat wave. We're girding our gnomes. Yes. Hi, Aaron. We'll do some MECCHA today as well. Ooh. Girl.
Oh.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child!
Moxie Cillin just subscribed.
Moxie.
Hello Carla and darling Clunts Carl's love.
How are you doing? Hello. Alright, surely that's enough. Was that metal? We just need one more. Still any item. Moxie, thank you for 58. What the hell? I'm still, Henry, I'm so happy you told me the information. Because
No rush, but I am being boiled alive in a microwave.
so excited. I'm coming. Alright, I'm not. I'll be there in a second. Club Messenger Loon is saved. I'm coming, sweetie. You said microwave? On my way. How do I get up there? How do I get up there? I'm coming. Cappy. That's funny. I'm coming, girl. I'm coming.
I think I'm dead, baby.
Oh, girl. Oh, wait, I can steal any item from the kitchen.
Eh.
And then we can... Oh, here we go. Alright, hold. Oh! 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 Oh, you loser. Come and get me, pussy. Oh! Oh,
Oh my god, yes, you did it! You dodged and weaved!
Okay, we got it. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Oh, we did it. Did it. Tommy!
They definitely nerfed him. He's not as like, he doesn't grab you right away anymore. He takes a second.
Wait, we're doing it. Crazy comms, guys, why?
You're doing amazing, sweetie.
Thank you, darling. Aaron, thank you for your streak
And
as
looking
well.
flawlessly doing it.
Okay. Now we're doing it. I'm gonna get you. He'll rue the day. I want to see the other houses so bad. Did you go into the kitchen? Yes.
Oh god, he's coming.
Like
Yeah,
to see
give
you
him the old
try, bend
Give him
over.
the good. Give him the loop. Yeah. Yeah. Uh oh. Oh boy. Oh, he's learning.
No, he ain't.
No, he ain't. Oh. What happens if you get me but I'm dead?
Pretty sure I can, I think I can CPI you. Foxy, you guys are my comfort. That's really cute. Thank you. Toy Story 5 is perfect in every way. I would say, like, the best type of sad. Oh my god, it's heating me up. Oh, girl.
Yeah, I suffered immensely. Look how sad I look.
You do look really sad. Can I CPI you?
Oh.
Can I CPR?
So sad.
No, you were so
That's
cooked.
so sad.
Alright, it's fine. Here.
Why is that so sad? I'm gonna cry. My little gnome body.
Where is this loser? I need to take this to the toilet.
Where's this loser? Yeah, I don't know where he is. I wish I could like go around the house and scout. It's a ghost. Oh, I heard him. Your little gasps and the gnome running. I cannot. I like to think even the female gnomes just look like this. They just have beards.
Yes.
Okay, Kobe.
Alright, cool. I gotta leave the property.
Oh, wow.
Alright. I think 3's enough, right? If it's the same as the
yeah,
the demo?
I think so. Get Jonathan out of his head. Who is Jonathan? Is that the? Oh, that's him.
I think it's a little new gnome. There's a little hut apparently.
Oh, now where is he though?
I don't know, I'm gonna revive you and we can use the last 3 minutes to have a look. Thank you for the watch streaks, guys. Next time I'm seeing you will be for our Cluntmas and Jaloon stream with a time cap of 30 hours.
Back and better than ever.
What's that? Oh, we're fine.
It was the guy returning.
Alright, let's find Jonathan.
Is this the hut?
Surely not, it's so big, right? At time Carla was tossing her thingy out of stuff because I'm not sure if I got... Tossing her thingy out of stuff is so funny. Wait, I think I got him, Gran, I found him. I found him.
Where is he?
Yeah.
Oh, so did you see the shed? You need a key to get in?
How do I get it?
Or
I'm stuck.
is this just a bad spawn?
Maybe I'm stuck. Oop. I'm stuck. Oh, he's coming.
Huh.
Can you open it?
Mitä se haluaa?
Oh, he's
Daddy?
on top of... I cannot see him. He's on top of the thing. Look at him.
Wow.
Oh my god, he's the gnome trade.
What does he do?
party and plays music and is shirtless.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan.
It's like, yeah, I mean, you know what? He saw the GTA 6 new screenshots and he went, I want to be like that man.
True. He's really
Did you see
nice.
that picture of him with a mullet?
No.
Oh, mama, let me send it to you.
Okay.
I made some minor edits.
We did it. We're gonna get to the next map. Alright. Sully, that's so funny. Are we missing a clonk is so true, but so funny. I just don't know. I will get more clonks next time. I'll get more items. Because the items are what make you this stuff, which is really good. Oh, I can do an eyeglass. Oh, there's so many. Gran, there's different things. Oh. Gran, look. We're going to a new house. Oh, wait, is it the same? Oh. I think it's the same. Oh, swamp plot. I think. Oh, okay. That's cool. Maybe he helps. Oh, he helps crush bugs, mice, and I think red caps. Oh, wait. Johnny helps crush bugs, mice. And if the old man gets him, he won't come out again. We can use him. Enjoy your Din Din soul. Oh, that's cool. Hi, Cam. No, David, we know. It's okay. We're fine. Granny, you here? Oh, someone is outside a window. Oh, okay. Hey, memes. Look at that eye. Better, I think. No, don't worry, doll. If I ever have a problem, I'll always say something nice. Like, I won't, you know, I'll be like, oh, maybe not that. You're fine. Who's out your window?
I'm trying to be so quiet. They're like right outside my window.
Who are they?
I don't know. I think they're like to pick fruit or something.
What?
So we have a lot of fruit trees. And sometimes my hobbits will be like, oh yeah, come over whenever you want. Get some fruit. But then I'll be home alone. You know, them. Don't knock on the door and they're getting fruit. No. Sorry.
Okay.
It's just awkward because it's like if they hear me, because they're like old, they're not going to understand. Do you know what I mean? Just say to them, oh, I'm streaming. Go away. They just get off the computer. Say,
Okay.
I'm doing a job.
You're cutting in and out
Okay.
because it's so quiet.
Oh,
But it's fine.
getting their
it's fine.
Jewish lemons.
Okay.
Yeah. You know what? We can just go in and do it. Let's just go.
Okay, we can be quiet.
And I'll just be quiet and try not to scream.
Okay. That's so funny. I do say when I was living in a house, not an apartment, I get the same way, for sure. Oh, this is new. Staley, hello. Grand, new map. I know you can't respond, but new map. Ooh. Fun.
Oh wait, this is
Ooh,
gorgeous.
map.
It's a tree house.
If we find that guy, he will help us do stuff. Metal can, cabinet. That's easy. Basement. Basement. Guys, new map. Daydream. Yeah. Guys, thank you for all the love, by the way. I appreciate you. So excited for our stream on Sunday, American Sunday. I'm gonna be doing
The outdoor space is huge.
Alright, let's go. Where is he? Damn it. I want this. Okay. We can get a plate. Hi, Rocks. How are you, doll? You have to get this stuff as well because it all applies to your items. So that's huge. Oh no. Johnny's so cute. I love how... his name's Johnny. Okay, we need to steal a... I know, the plates. I gotta get, a can. Steal a metal can. Let's see if it's up here. I can hear him too. There's a can up here. I need to get up here.
Hey,
Hey girl.
I brought the trade.
I thought you were gonna say brought the gay.
Brought the trade with me.
That's so random. Rox, I'm good, doll. I'm alright. I didn't sleep very good last night, so I'm a bit dazed and confused. But apart from that, we're sexy, doll. Are the cans here? Where are the cans? Oop. Grant, I found a bazooka. How do I get it? How do I get up there? Guys, there's a bazooka up there. Oh, we need that, guys. We need it. I fear. Gran. It's gonna be handy. 10 minutes left. I fear I need this. Gran, there's a bazooka, but it's on the top shelf. Gran, we need this bazooka. desperate.
I'm so sorry. They're finally gone.
That's okay.
Oh my god, there is a bazooka. Wait, where did the man go?
And a chainsaw. I don't know, but there's heaps. Okay, flush item down the toilet. Break a window. Steal any item from basement. Oh, there's upstairs? Oh, guys. I reckon Mimi, come back. Oh. Gran? Oh no. Oh, it's back. Okay. Alex! It is us. Okay. Alright, let's get the oil. I think I'm gonna hurt my legs again. I have a feeling. Tammy, I'm trying to steal this gas from the basement. I don't know where that scary man is.
Well, I got it.
What did you get?
I got a metal can. Would you want to pass it up to me?
Yes.
Watch out for the Hoover.
Oh wait, we can put it out on this door here. Oh wait, you're different. We can use this window too, worst case. Oh! Grant!
Oh no! What? I swear I was on top of it.
No, I believe you.
I was on top of it. How did I get sucked in?
Oh,
What?
shoot.
Someone said you can climb up the legs of the furniture. What?
We're gonna test that out.
Oh, I forgot. That's so sad. Listen, we were doing so good.
No, we are, and we still can. We can go to. We can go to island. Let's go to the island. Yeah, let's do
Oh my
that.
god, please. I love the island.
I'm just gonna go feed Mia. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Okay, go feed your puss.
Thank you. That's crazy. Demon Roomba. Okay. Yeah, you excited to get home?
Left me with home to find myself in a world unknown. Surround me with your soul. He's a friend of mine who left his home, craving outlandish conceptions. Slowly morph into all my confessions. Tonight I'll ride alone under midnight sessions. I find myself filling up in the city at the outskirts of infinity, and I keep going off into forever land to keep moving on for forever, man. I'll never land, gazing out into the void of everything I doubt, and I forever need these thoughts, these dreams to please everything that I seem to see. Oh Lord, see. Craving outlandish conceptions, slowly morph into all my confessions. Tonight I'll ride alone under midnight sessions. I find myself
Lord.
up in the city at the outskirts of
Right, press the door.
and I keep going off into forever land to keep moving on for forever, man.
Ooh.
Neverland.
He responded with A. I'm a whore. Okay. Hello. I also received a message.
Now I stand waiting at the outskirts, just gaze, praying we'll get lost here soon. I find myself filling up in
Okay.
the city at the
Ahoy, so ahoy. Your mum cooked is so funny. I definitely got cooked. Girl, I just saw your message in Discord. the full caps
Oh,
are
the
so
man?
funny. Yeah.
Oh God, you know what? I had to edit it because he looks like a New Zealander or an Australian, doesn't he?
Which one?
The Jason from GTA, the picture I sent you.
Oh, wait, hold. Oh. Wait, it does. You're right.
Right? Like he looks like a
A rugby player. Oh. Oh. Lily, Swifty, hello. Get it in me? Did you get the full deluxe? What are your thoughts about the stuff being hidden behind deluxe, Scoobs? I was like, I guess it's normal these days. I was like, oh, I didn't expect that for GTA. Living room, kiss garden gnomes. Put something in blender, still food. Okay. I don't give a fuck. Real. It was the same with Reddit. Oh, really? So it's like a Rockstar thing? That's so cute. Gran.
What is?
Here, go up to here and hold the gnome and like left click and you should kiss it.
Oh.
Isn't that cute? Skill issue. So funny, Goobs. What the hell? Skill issue. Yeah, you can join Mads. We'll just give you a role. So like with Red Dead, was it like deluxe mode gets you a certain storyline or something? Hi Josh. How are you doing? Try the big one. That's not working for me. Oh, more cosmetics. Gotcha. That's so cute. Oh. Wonder if I can kiss you. Oh, she's gone. I haven't pre-ordered it yet. Am I wild? Because I didn't see much except for people being like, I don't know. I forget their wording. It's going to be like the pre-orders will be open forever, right? Or is it like a limited time? I guess it's just the extra stuff, right? Yeah, fair. What was it? 140 AUD? I need to kiss that gnome. Oh, can I kiss this one? I've already done this one. I have 160 for the ultimate. Oh, shoot. Okay. 130 for base. Okay. Thanks for answering these. I honestly have no clue. I think console first, yeah. Honestly, it's kind of smart to put it on console first anyway, if you have one, because can you imagine this game on PC? I mean, it'll be beautiful, but it'll be so huge. Oh, after. Interesting. I remember pre-ordering GTA 3? What's the... God, I actually don't remember. What's the one that's still out? Yes, okay. This is GTA 4. Amy! Amy and Murphy's here? My lucky day. Hi, guys. GTA 5. Oh, GTA 5. Wow. Not me forgetting the last GTA. Yeah, so I remember pre-ordering GTA 5. And I was, I think, 17. And they let me do it. And it was great. And I felt very powerful. Yeah, I was graduating high school. Trying to kiss, but it won't let me. There we go. Now I have to get out of here. Oh wait, he's here.
Huh.
I can't get out of here.
Oh.
Okay, I'm here. Hey, King. Oh my god, midnight release. Two items down the toilet. Fable. I used to pre-order all the GTAs and what else all the CODs. I used to pre-order it. Because I started working when I was 14 and 9 months, because that was the time. And I was on $7 an hour. AUD. Before they changed the pay.
Hello, bitch.
Hello. And
What is nice
I used to spend it all on games.
Okay, I think we're ready to flush, girlies.
Woo!
Oh god.
I worked at Woolies, which is
Okay,
a
that's
grocery
free.
store. Yeah, the CODs make sense.
Now,
Buying it twice,
yes,
real.
gotta steal food. Put something in the blender.
And then steal food and steal any item from the living room. Okay.
Oh my god, your freight is here.
Hey.
Why is he kind of hot?
I knew you'd say that.
I don't know why I'm attracted to him.
Because it's like a Junkrat vibe.
Yeah, he is. Why do I like Junkrat vibe? What is that about me?
I don't know, sweetie. Oh! Oh! Oh, they got him. They got our man. And he's naked. Guys, you know what? I'm gonna be disgusting when they release the Simpsons Hit and Run remaster.
Oh, that
That's
wasn't
that's
you,
my
that was-
GTA 6.
Wait, how do you use items? They're in your inventory.
What items do you have?
I have a marble.
Ooh, that's new. I'm not too sure about that one.
Yeah, how do you use
He's
it?
in his own home is so funny.
Oh, G.
He's in his own
I think it makes him fall over.
Wait. Wait, I want to try and get him. Put it down and I'll bait him.
Okay.
I want to get him to
Put it down here.
Okay. Perfect. Hello, Stinky. Oh no, don't chase me. Don't chase me. It didn't work. It didn't work, Grant. It didn't work. It didn't work. It didn't work.
Oh, I have another one.
Oh, I'm going into the aquarium.
Just make him fall over.
Grant, I'm in the aquarium. Yeah, true, Charlie. That's kind of crazy.
Oh my god, how do I get you out?
Girl.
Please.
Girl. Did you untie me?
How do I get you out?
There's no E. Girl.
Oh.
Ooh.
He's in the room.
I believe. Still any? Oh, still that pillow. Why is gone? Oh wait, that's so cute. Yeah, true. He has clothes on. No more Wang. Oh, he gonna get you, girl. Oh. Can you ring the bell? Can you touch the gnome for me? Oh wait, she can't. Damn it. I like old men, Wang. Listen. Kelly, hello. Oh, I don't. Hello. Zooey mama. Oh my god, 70. Thank you, doll. How are ya? I really bloody appreciate it. Oh, nice. Smart. Good, Sid. I'm not going back into the fishbowl. Fair. Honestly, fair.
Carla, are you here?
I don't know where I am. Here I come. Oh.
Oh my god, you're alive. I clicked the wrong thing.
Oh no, that's okay. I just thought you were being smart.
You know, and I was. I got the 3 tasks done. Oh, what can we get?
Slay. Oh, we have a smacker.
Oh, there's a grappling hook in there. Blowgun.
Oh, glue gloves will be amazing. We need more plasto.
Girl. Oh my god, sticky. Oh, yes. Yes, we need to get that.
Okay, we need more plasto, more plastic items. Let's go.
Plastor.
Let's go.
The plastor.
Let's go.
I was looking at my Twitter today, and I'm 22. You are brilliant, Lamar. Has
Oh, yes.
like 24,000 retweets.
Yeah, it's amazing. Lamar. 25 degrees, buoyant. Also, I really do apologize about my yawns today. It's not you. I just slept like shit. So if I'm yawning, no, I didn't.
Lamar. Oh my god.
Ooh, he
Oh,
has
wow.
money.
Oh boy. Oh wow. Oh, when you said island, I was thinking like tropical island. This is like Massachusetts.
He has money. Wow. Okay, we need to try and get in. Wonder if they have a pipe. What's this? This house reminds me of a Tamer series of unfortunate events house. If you know, you know, the original movie. And I would never live in one. It scares me. Oh, let them streak, doll. The Stilts house. Oh my god. I do what I like. Thanks, doll. I'll bloody put a shadow. That's really nice. She's okay, Brett. Little Miss kept me up last night because she was a bit noisy.
Yeah.
But she's sick, so she can do what she wants. But I think her eye's a little better. We'll take that. And she has been eating a little bit, so huge. Hi, waves. Okay, let's do this. Oops. Oh shit. So you can trip on them. Okay, okay. Where's this child? No. And this guy, he's so obsessed. No, you can't stretch that way. What a loser. Oh my god. He's obsessed. Oh, ice on the road scares me. I've only experienced it once when I was in Minnesota. And it was quite scary. Break any items, still food. Rat. Hey, girl.
We have to break 2 more things.
Okay.
Oh, steal food? That's not too difficult. What if I just stole this?
Goobs, wait.
I'm going to the shops. You need
You're right.
anything?
No thanks, sweetie.
Okay.
That's crazy. Axel, you still sick, doll? Hope you feel better. I'm giving you all my good juju so you feel better instantly. Because we need this. Ooh. I guess we don't need more plasto, but I just want more poop. Okay, we're just gonna find the toilet. Chess set, nerd. No, I think this is checkers. He needs to open the door. Is there a sewage system outside? Surely.
Some food, but I need help moving it. I
Okay.
have some food right by the window.
Okay.
Pass me that bread, Mama.
Yeah, I'll get up.
Very good, very good. You have moved the loaf to a higher level. And now the table. Together we are strong. Yes, yes. Out window.
Oh, oh.
Okay,
Okay, it's fine.
we got it. We go again.
Okay. My bad. Happens to the best of us.
And the worst. Okay, grip the loaf. Okay, good.
Nailed it. We can travel through a sewage system. For sure. Where's the sewage?
Yeah, what if
Oh. Loaf of bread. My legs will grow back in a second. Bello. We're killing it. Wait, she already kissed the gnome? What's this over there? Oh, there's a sewage system. This freak has a Glock in his Rari. Scared. Mimi. I'm rich. You. Yeah, he doesn't even know my name. Wait, isn't that crazy that your cat doesn't even know your name? I'm just being greedy at this point. That's a lot to think about. Girl. Mimi. She knows my lump of colors and shapes when she looks at me. Alright, I'm just being greedy now. I just wanted some extra stuff, but I think we're good. We don't really need anything else. I just wanted to get more materials. Flush me, pussy. Yeah. Cool. No! Oh! Reach into the toilet. Yep. Gran. We're rich. We're rich.
I thought you cheekily stealing all that shit.
Yeah. Blob guy named. What is his name? Is my cam able to go longer? Because Mimi's looking really cute. He has a name, doesn't he? No, I think you're right. I think he does. I just don't remember it. But you're right. It's something cute. Look, guys.
Right, did you get your little item?
Yeah.
Did you make them already?
Yeah, we can have turns.
No, I can make some too.
Oh, you can?
I can, we have enough.
Oh, beautiful. How do I get rid of this marble?
Oh, put it in that, come with me, Go to the stockpile chest. And you pop it in there.
Oh, yay, nice.
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 Glue gloves. Glue
Mountaintop.
gloves.
Mountaintop.
Look, I got glue gloves on and I'm climbing.
Yeah. Oh,
Ooh,
wow.
it makes a noise.
Hi, Lily. How are you, doll?
Hello, I got glue gloves on, don't I?
I got glue gloves. Oh, I can... Oh. Yes. I got the other gloves too, so now I can open the front door.
Oh,
Girl.
I was trying to figure out
Weirdly, it's your
how to get
timeline,
off
babe.
the thing with the glue
That one's
gloves.
weird.
I think you have to like... Oh my god, okay.
Let's go.
Let's go, ain't it?
Let's go. Hold. Alright.
Oh my god, look at this house.
Oh, okay,
Look at
rich.
this.
There is nothing wrong with anything. Oh, you would like that. Joke, I can open this, babe. Check this out.
Oh, there's a bit of wind. Be careful.
I can open it. Watch this.
Oh, because you got them purple gloves, don't you?
Yeah. Give me a second, babe.
Oh, look at that. That's brilliant, isn't it? What are we doing today? Living room?
What do
Find
we
your way
got?
inside the shed.
In the
Stab a roach
shed.
with a knife.
Living room, road, break any item, sewage system. Yeah.
Upgrade.
Yeah, right. Alright, steal. Stab a roach with a knife. We can get a knife. Got some fucking cigarettes, didn't I? An Irish NPC. Oh, I have sticky gloves. I just realized. I can't believe. Oh. Hold. Who, me? Rat. Need a knife. Alright, well I have sticky gloves, so I can just go, hey. How do I do that?
Roach is here.
Oh my god, the gloves are crazy good.
There any knives?
Oh, there's knives up here, yeah. I just gotta
Yeah,
get
throw
there.
one down, because there's roaches.
Okay, hold, I'm coming. It's gotta climb over the glue gloves are so good! What the hell? Do these come out? Hmm.
The knives are now coming.
Okay.
Oh!
Okay, let me try... Nothing in here.
Any knives in there, love?
Not in here. Let me try this.
Right.
Hold. One moment. Oop. Okay, surely in here. I got pepper spray. What the hell? Where are the knives? Surely in here. Now, what is this? Taser? What the hell? Danny, yeah. Where's the knife? Hold. Oh, I would do anything for a triple dipper. Anything. Alright, got it. Gran? Oh, you're here. Cool. There, doll.
Did you find it? Oh, yeah, let me get that knife and stab that roach.
Roach.
Here I come. Watch out, Roachy. Here I come.
Roach.
Yeah.
Roach.
That's a good Roachy.
Oh, there's another roach trying to get me.
Come here, Roachy. I got something for you. Oh, there's another roach here. Let me stab that one.
Oh! Oh!
Are you okay?
I'm not a roach.
I'm not a roach.
Why'd you stab
The
me?
way that clothes lined your legs.
Oh, golly gosh. All right, well, we have pepper spray for the old fuck. And we have a taser. What's his name? He has a name, Leah, I swear to God. Wait, what's this? Oh, he's naked. Is Gran dead?
I'm dead. He flushed me down the toilet, and he had a long drop surprise off the side of the cliff. I've been killed.
Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, he's stuck. Oh, thank you.
Oh, is he glitched out?
I think he's glitched.
Okay, good. Utilize and take advantage of this moment. So you need to.
Where's
Oh,
the
you
knife?
know what,
Where's the
Carla?
knife? Oh, he's back.
There is a quest. Find a way inside the shed. He's moving.
Pussy! Okay. Okay. Alright. The shed you said. Need a hashy. She's okay. Her nose is very, snotty still. Spots, I got you! I got you! Oh, yum. Doc, whatever do you mean? Wait, what's
You
this?
better work. Now, find a way inside the shed.
Ugh.
I think if we find there'll be a key for the shed. I think it's gonna be upstairs. So I'm gonna go upstairs.
Okay. I will break items.
Oh yeah, we only need to do 2 more. I don't even know where the living room is.
Mm. So she's getting the key. Okay. Charlie, there's a good deal in Australia. It's like the big brekkie meal, and you get 2 hashies, 2 McMuffins, one drink. And it's actually a pretty good price. But by itself, it's so stupid. Break any item. Are there plates on here? Cool. For Hawaiian hash brown. Mm. Bacon sandwiches. I love how everything is so different. What else can I do? Living room. How far is the living room? Is the living room upstairs? Surely there's a quicker way. Oh, oh. Oh my god, his cock's out. Oh my god, your bush, you shaved it. Daniel, what's happened? My god. Wait, Kat, where are you based again? Is Gran alive? 3 minutes, I might head back here. Oh, Melbs. Right, okay. You know what's even crazier? A 50-cent cone. What is that now?
I bet it's on the stairs.
Run! Run! Oh! I'm coming, baby. I'll be there in a second. Daniel's shitting. Girl. Your bush, you
It's so
shaved it.
close. The key is on the stairs.
Okay. They're all different flavors. We'll get started, Daniel. Oh, he's stuck. Perfect. I'm gonna try and stab him. I stabbed myself. That's a whole lot of ass. He stepped on it. He picked up the taser.
My god, the key. I had the key. It's here somewhere.
Oh, did he pick it up?
I had to jump down the stairs.
All right, let's go, let's go.
Oh no!
We have it, we have it. Oh, by the way, this is the only thing I'm gonna talk about this topic because it's not worth giving them breath. But who's seen clips of that recent debate? Because I lost brain cells last night. No, it's the that guy who debates. How do I say it? Is it MAGA? MAGA? It was like one guy versus like 15 MAGA women. And this girl was like, yeah, Dean. And this girl was like, no, that he goes, raise your hand if you would have sex with Trump. And they're all like, he doesn't need to be a predator. Anyone would have sex with Trump.
Oh my
And I
God.
was like,
I'm so sad. I found the key in the wardrobe upstairs, and I had to jump down the stairs to get away from him. And I guess he like picks it up and moves it if you know, get captured.
oh, sick.
'Cause it was gone. No, it was bad.
Oh, the key. Got you.
All
was-
of me
it was
glue
crazy.
gloves
I had
and
to-
all.
Maybe that's why I couldn't sleep.
That's all right. I don't need nothing to play this game, me. I'm a professional.
True. But it does make you go, do you want to play Mecha or are you like totally against it? Because it would just be us and the community. You can say no, I'm just suggesting it.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't. Yeah, no, we can. Let's do it.
Do you want to do it now or do you want one more round?
Let's do it now.
Okay, I'll make the lobby.
Okay. Not the. Right.
Alright. I'll make the
Look
lob
at that then.
and then
Isn't that gorgeous?
I'll give you the code first and then we can open it up to everybody.
That sounds great.
Yeah. Sorry. I mean to cough.
As you should be.
All right. Let's go.
Oh, what are you eating?
I make a muffin.
Carla. Right in front of me. MECCHA CHAMELEON. Maybe I'll be better this time. Maybe I'll be better because I figured out the eyedropper tool. You hold it. You don't click it.
True. It'll be less chaotic too because it's only us talking.
Oh my God, yes, that's true.
With love. I love our friends, but it'll be easier to learn.
Well, you know what it is too, is that we have ping. So when they talk, it takes us a while to hear
Real.
what they say, and then the other way around. And then I'm quiet too. Which I need to fix that. I don't know what to do.
Real.
Right. I'm here.
Not Henry guessing it.
Oh. Should I find the server?
I put you in the DMs.
In the DMs?
Yeah. We got likes last night, guys.
You got what?
I got likes. You get likes in the game. Charlie, guys, stop guessing it. Let Gran get it. At least I know my community understand me. Honestly, a huge compliment.
Oh, we're in Oceania.
No, we should be in North America, actually.
Oh, North America?
T. Yay! Oh,
Wait,
everyone's
why do I not
guessing
see
it.
Why do I not see the server?
Oh.
I found it. Amen.
All right, you can share with your community.
Guys, the server name is Bush, and the password is shaved. That's what we're working with.
Oh, that's so funny.
So funny, I thought of it.
I
Oh my
actually,
God, it's Homo Huddle.
yeah.
I live for them. I live for that name.
Mm-hmm.
Gay people are funny.
Mm-hmm. If you have any questions, babe, please like spam me so you can feel comfy. There's new poses. So right click.
Really?
When you do the poses with R, right click. There's heaps of new ones.
Let me see this. Yeah.
And then when we load into a game, you get to pick if you want to be square or round.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Did you
my
see the
God,
new
okay.
pages?
Pages?
R and then left click.
Oh. Oh. I'm sickening. Stop.
Yeah. No, easy, Dom.
Wait, watch
Is
this,
anyone
Carla,
from
watch
your
this.
community?
Watch this. Carla, watch this. You ready?
Yeah, where are you? Oh. You're so slay.
I'm so good.
Wow.
Put me on RuPaul's. Put me on the RuPaul's. I guess the server name is Bush.
North America, password shaved.
Password shave.
There you go. That's for you.
We have 4 spots. Leo, you're so welcome to join.
Get in and be gay. Go on. Oh look, they added the haka. Look at that. Oh my God.
Maybe for my
Oh, this is nasty.
maybe for Cluntmas guys, I'll have my wheel
I'm
as
so
per
glad there's more
usual.
poses.
And
So
maybe
glad.
I'll do like 4 just to behave a little bit, but maybe like I can give away
I'm Zenyatta.
4.
I'm Zenyatta.
I know I get codes for this and give some away for
Experience.
Cluntmas. Because that's Sunday, guys, or Australian
Experience
Monday.
tranquility.
Hi, Witch. George's Bush. Anyone else joining?
Anyone else?
Jaloon. Okay. Let's do 2. We'll start off with basic. And remember,
Alright.
babes, give me all the questions you have. Don't feel like you can't
Okay.
ask me questions.
I think I'm good. My thing is more. That was my first time playing.
It was a lot for your
and
first
everyone
time.
had so much practice.
Yeah.
Painting.
Yeah. It was also a lot though.
Yeah, and like everyone was so good. I could like paint one color and then hide. That's all I could do. You also have to get the muscle memory with the controls too.
True.
To quickly do things.
I will,
It's hiding
abs.
time,
I
guys.
promise.
You all ready to hide?
Time sounds good. All right, let's go. Are you hiding too?
I am.
Yay! Okay.
I'm thrilled and excited to be hiding.
Where are you? Maybe we can do a duo. Let me find
You
you.
want a drawer?
Where are you?
I'm over here.
Are you? Wait, I gotta
kinda
find
have
you
an
without
idea.
telling. Did you walk out of the main room?
I did. I'm in the library.
Oh, Charlie's being naughty.
Who's Charlie then?
All right.
Do you think I'll get away with this? Probably not.
Oh, wait. Perfect.
Oh.
Now, what's going on? Girl.
What's going on here? Can't believe this.
I feel like this is bad, but... Oh, shit. When you accidentally move yourself...
I can't find you.
I'm in the library.
I am too. You're not here. I thought that was a decoy.
Am I
Maybe there's
that well
another.
hidden?
Maybe there's another library. Coil. Hello, Dill.
Ooh.
How are you? Abs, do what you need to do. Be here.
So bad. Sure.
I want to see yours.
This is so bad.
Okay, I'm looking at yours.
I feel like if you glanced, you wouldn't see. But if you look really close, you're gonna see it.
Ooh, no, I like that.
Right? Like,
I
not
like
bad.
that. No, it's great. Axel, you nasty
someone said-
love.
Paint my arm brown.
Work divas. Leah. I honestly love how I've played this all week.
I moved.
Wait.
Girl, I moved by mistake. Wait. Why can I... Do I have to press shift to detach? Is that what it is?
Which one?
Oh, I see.
I was reading the
That's so
email that I
weird.
sent to, because I told you guys that I always tell the things at the wrong time, but I told you guys that someone submitted a complaint against my late stepdad's super, which is his 401k, and it's meant to go straight to mum. But someone, I know who, complained.
Does your camera ever get glitched out, the free cam? Where you can't like go
Sometimes.
up or down?
Sometimes. But then if I'm stuck because I'm in something like a shelf, I'll just go to the next person and free cam off them.
Oh yeah, that's what's happening to me now.
Try that.
I'm stuck in the ceiling.
I was saying, yeah, so they're complaining against saying that they were financially dependent.
Carla, that's amazing.
Wait, is it? Thanks, baby.
Yes, I was like, it took me a second to realize where you were.
On my late stepdad, but they literally have a dual income with their husband and assets and like they don't need the small amount of money that mum's meant to be getting.
Must be so
And
hard
mum's
for the hunters not to
65
look
and
at our
can't get a
dreams.
pension yet and like she needs it. So I wrote them an email. And I was just reading it back because I got a message saying they'll pass it on for evidence. But I wrote them a long email the other night because I was like, no, this is a grown woman trying to fight my mum who is 65. And I'm like, and the email was actually pretty good. I was just reading it back because they
To do
responded.
with when you position yourself and then go
Yeah, it's
into the
easy.
camera,
Yeah, it is, Pixel, because there's nothing.
It glitches out.
I had to girl boss it.
Oh my god, did they find anyone?
So greedy. Because I think so, right? Gran, you're doing it.
Oh my god.
I'm actually surprised that worked. Oh my
Yours,
God.
yeah. You were right out in the open, girl.
Road to 200, guys.
Why do they whistle? It's to help the hunters, because like if you're sitting there for so long
I know.
and they can't find anything.
I have to because like this is way too much information, but also I think it's good to talk about. So actually I'll hunt by myself this round. I want you all to hide. I want you to do your worst.
1 second.
Okay. What makes it worse? And I will explain this because honestly, girl, I want to do that again and I'm going to get her to hide. That was awful. Real. Oh, infected with Mario Kart. We will. We'll warm Gran up and then we'll get into it. But I will be playing more of this when Gran goes. I'll explain when the thing is hunting. Wait, Gran, are you still at your desk or were you pissing? I'm going to do another prank later, by the way. I'm going to go into a public lobby again. And with my likes and be like, hey guys, I'm going to be the mecha dev again. I think she's BRB. BRB. Okay. What makes matters worse is, so Pete used to restore old cars. He was really cool, like really good at what he did. He was a mechanic, had his own business, and would restore like a 1950 Chev. Like he had a really cool work truck that he restored. I think it was like it was in the 50s, I think. It was a really old Chev, and it looked amazing. And no one ever expressed wanting that because, one, it's mum that's in her name. Two, it's an antique. She might want to sell it if she wants, or she might want to keep it. You know, it doesn't matter. But when, this is ages ago, but when it all went down, his daughter that wasn't really in his life all of a sudden said she wanted that car. And it wasn't in the will. When he was alive, she didn't express anything to him. He didn't want her to have it. It was all of that. And she came for mum. She got a lawyer and came for mum for the truck, which was just ridiculous because it's like, you don't, what? You've never expressed interest. Ever. Yeah, I'll start it now.
Okay.
I'll start it now.
Lovely.
Lovely. Anyway, so she came for mum with that. Henry, it's only one, so you better get your ass off.
Go on in there.
You gotta hide for me. Thank you, dope. Alright, cool. Alright, I'm gonna mute while you guys hunt.
God, I want some fat chips, some fat, hot, crispy.
Oh, some chippies.
Chips.
Anyway.
I ordered Uber Eats for the first time the other night.
What did you get?
I got some
Without me?
chips, fat chips, and I got a fungi pizza.
Oh.
And it was
Okay,
so
girl.
gorgina.
Mmm.
So gorgina and good.
Be right back for a minute. Hi Mikey, how are you? So mum was feeling, this community loves Mikey, yes. So mum was feeling kind of pressured, and she was like, you know what? If this keeps her away from me, then I will do that, and we'll sign an agreement that this is all she's getting. Like, there's not a lot to give anyway. Like, there's nothing really. And so they made the agreement. Mum's lawyer at the time wasn't very good. She didn't know that. And she gave her the truck under the condition that she doesn't come for anything else. Anyway, it wasn't legally binding, or as binding as she thought it was. And when she came for the other stuff, we were like, oh, we got, because not only did she get that, but now she's coming for other things. No, you're fine, Whiskey. I'm just explaining, like, will stuff. No, you're fine, guys. I was just updating you because I was looking at my phone and I'd sent an email to, like, defend mum. But anyone who's lost someone knows that people get really, like, gross when it comes to people's will. Honestly, it's just tea. Whiskey, are you streaming today? Real. But, like, it's so gross of them because, like, they shouldn't even have gotten that. Like, just leave her alone. Like, especially when I know they don't need it financially. Like, if they needed help, mum would help them, of course, but they don't. And mum needs it more. True. When I die, you can have myself. Yes! Dibs the spider sacks. I know, Mickey. I blocked them a while back because I was so upset with them. It is, Mikey, yes. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And, like, more tea, and this is so much tea, I don't know why I'm saying it, but, like, what makes me laugh the most is this person who I don't even know very well because she was never around literally runs her own business under the table. So she doesn't even pay tax. And that's very illegal. So, like, she doesn't need the money at all. Like, she's already, like, not a good person. All right. Hi, guys. I'm here. Where are you? Chio, that's so funny. Paging the ATO. Yup. I wouldn't be this, like, nasty if she wasn't being nasty to my mother. You know what I mean? Once you go for mum, it's fair game.
What? Who did that?
Yeah, people being nasty with my stepdad's will and like contesting mum when they shouldn't because she needs everything and she was the only person in the will. Just people
Oh
being
my
weirdos.
god.
I know.
Ew.
I know. Nasty ass bitches. I hear whistles, but I don't know where you are. Oh, okay. We got some whistles. I wonder where you're hiding. My little gumdrop.
My little sweet sugar plum.
Where are you?
My little pound cake.
My tatas.
Nice.
Pregnant neighbor
Ooh.
just resubbed for 18 months.
Titty kaka.
Now who's this?
Hakuna.
My tatas. Excuse me. Thank you for 18 months. I know. Charlie, exactly. We had to get stat deck sign on top of the will because the will wasn't enough. Isn't that crazy? That's what's a will for then? Oh, someone's here. Someone's here. Where are you? Someone's here.
Oh my god, the search time is so short.
Yeah, I should probably extend that. Girl, where are you?
You can slide roughness down. What?
Oh no.
Oh. Look at that. Okay.
Guys, what the hell?
Did we really hide like super well?
Girl, where are you? I'm going crazy. Girl, you should hunt next round and you'll see what I mean.
Oh my god, everyone's doing so good. Wow!
Where were you? Oh, it's always behind the book. Oh my god, Henry.
And I actually painted.
Henry, that's good.
Bob, the balloons? Whose jizz is this? Oh my god, slay. Oh my god, the stairs one?
Oh.
Stop. Parker was the
Oh, the
penis.
balls. I know better.
Oh my god, he was a horse penis.
Oh no. Wait, stand in the middle,
Oh,
Grant. I
that's
want
so
you to
special.
I want you to experience
Okay.
this. I'll give you
Wait,
more.
can you make the hunt a little bit longer? That I feel like it's so short.
Yes. Okay. Burrito. Trace, I know people are nasty. Penguin, thank you. Not Penguin. Neva, thank you so much. I hope you're fantastic. Yeah, the pin message has no context. Why would it have context? No, exactly, Waves. But I think it will be ruled
Oh, here I come.
in our corner. But like, so also I like talking about it because I know a lot of people have gone through it, or slash will
Oh, is the
unfortunately
body
go for
type
it.
thing supposed to be stuck on my screen?
Click on it. Click on one, maybe.
I can't. It's stuck on the screen.
Err.
Maybe it'll go away.
Okay.
Oh, hit
Um,
F. Okay.
I think sometimes it's good to talk about because no one talks about it. You know what I mean? It was my first time really experiencing it, so
I'm gonna make my character straight. Watch this.
I can't wait for her to find me instantly. During Pride? Chloe! 1 year, okay.
Lake Titty Kaka. Hakuna.
My tatas. Thank you.
Hey Chloe just resubbed for 12
I know,
months.
it's very
Flushy
taboo,
cat 1 year if that's
but it shouldn't
cool.
be because what the actual hell? It's ridiculous. I don't know if this will work. I'm gonna try. Oh, new job. Monday already. Hell yeah. You excited? I'm actually excited for you, Mikey. I think this is gonna be like meant to be in a weird way.
They'll never see me coming.
This is really obvious, but
Look at that. Camouflage.
you were gonna find me instantly.
Am I?
Yeah.
Don't say that.
No, it's really bad.
Is it really that bad?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But like, I'm fine with it.
I made a straight person costume.
I'm intrigued to see what this is.
I'm gonna love it. Do I have time for the finale? Oh, no, I don't. Right, I'm Jake. There I come. There I come. I'm gonna find you lot.
Ooh, Henry. Wow, that's some of your best work. Noah, amazing. Chimes, amazing. Charlie,
Amazing,
love.
thanks.
Oh, this is all good. Calzone, thanks.
Calzone.
All right, I reckon you can find everyone.
Ooh.
Now, talk to me about this outfit.
I'm straight.
So they just wear camo?
They do. I feel like camo is a very, like, I'm going hunting, you know, kind of vibe.
Real.
Oh, girl. The way I don't see anybody. Ooh. Oh. Now where the hell was that? Ooh.
Mikey, real. I'm proud of you, honestly. Oh,
Hey,
wait, my
sis,
painting?
It's Christmas. Cross me off your wish list. Okay, this area is a flop. I thought I saw someone over here.
You got this.
Oh, that was loud.
Oh, where did I
That was
hide it?
loud. What the?
You got this. You got this. You got this?
Hello?
You got this? You got this?
Whoa! Was that you?
Yes.
That was so good.
Nice. Proud of you. Once you get into the groove of where people are, you'll find. Sawa, hello. That was funny.
Oh, yeah. Oh, someone's really whistling up a storm. Where is that? Oh, they're upstairs.
Whoever you don't find, cycle through and have a look. I actually really love hunting, but it does hurt my brain. But it's great.
It is hard. It's definitely hard.
It's hard, yeah. You know what I was doing yesterday? I was going into public lobbies with the name MECCHA dev and being like, hey guys, thanks for playing my game.
Stop!
And people were like, are you really the dev? I'm like, yeah. They're like, when are you going to drop another update? I'm like, we're working on it.
Oh my god! You're out of control.
I know.
What the hell?
Well, they were talking about racism, but I didn't want to
So there was
say
someone?
that. So I was like,
Oh, I didn't
oh, they
even
asked
go
about
in
an
here.
update.
There's one here. Oh my god, I missed so many.
Easier to say Graham would have been like,
Jizz is
girl,
this? Let me see.
please look at Henry's.
Oh my god, a homo huddle was amazing. I looked right at them.
I know.
Whose jizz is that? I can't believe I didn't see that. Wait, can I get to Henry? Oh god.
You did.
Oh
That
no,
was
I've run out of time.
Henry was the painting.
That was amazing. Look at that.
Okay, let's do a smaller map. Let's do back
I
rooms
think,
because
I
that's
think the
OG.
hunters need more time too. That was like how long should a hunter have?
We usually do around 200, but we usually have 2 people. But we could do infected. That way, when someone is found, they join the hunters.
Oh, okay. Why don't actually? You know what? Why don't you and I hunt on this one?
Okay. On back
We'll
rooms?
see how it goes. Go ahead.
Alright.
Yeah, I guess if it's 100, you want to
Come
give
in the
them,
middle,
what, like,
babe.
double the time. Oh shit.
We're gonna get you.
We're gonna get y'all. Here we come.
Here we go.
Okay.
Here,
Run out of-
you draw me and I draw you.
Wait, can we actually do that?
Yeah, press F.
What?
Okay, so I'm gonna draw you, you draw me.
Wait, on each other?
I'm gonna draw on my body, but I'm gonna be you.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
Okay. I swear if you just draw tits, I'm gonna...
Now, I wouldn't do that.
Alright. Need to get out of the bright light. Girl, that's crazy front fringe.
I went too low and I can't undo it.
Alright. Guys, this looks exactly like it.
Yeah, because you have super long hair. You're known for your enormous long hair.
Right.
Right, yeah.
I think you look really good. Personally. You're going to lose it.
Oh no.
Oh no.
One day I'll figure out how to use this thing. Oh my god. I was about to do something insane when I stopped myself.
What were you gonna do?
Nothing.
Tell me.
I find this so hard to use. I can't do it.
Girl,
That's the best I could do. Look at my hair, though.
it's so not that long.
Look at my hair, though. It's down to my booty. Look.
Oh my god.
Delay.
Oh, Mimi's on my left. Alright, let's go. Alright, eyes peeled.
Eyes peeled
Gran,
and
come
ready
here.
to go.
Come here, I want to show you one. Look at that. On top of the thing.
Oh my god. What the hell?
Mm-hmm.
That was insane.
Real. What the shit? Listen. Oh, that's good.
Right, if I had to look through there.
I think Whiskey's down to play today as well.
God, is that not a person? Good God. What time would he be getting on?
Either while you're still with me or a little bit later.
Okay.
But they're fun. The spots are crazy.
Whoa, that was a good one.
I feel like a proud mum right now, hearing you. Oh, Gran, come here. Come here. This is a good one.
Oh my god! Holy god, what? Some of these are insane.
I know.
No, because I would definitely hide there.
God, this game actually blasts serotonin through my body. I played every day this week.
Oh wow, that was so good, Axel Terra.
Ooh,
I
that's
like it. I
real
wish I
nice.
could get better at painting. The painting,
You will, I
and
promise.
it doesn't, like, the controls do not compute with me.
No, I was the same. Once you get into a groove, I promise you, and it won't take that long. Yeah. It's perfect. Alright, Charlie's cooking, which means it's gonna be a fucked spot. Charlie always hides in the craziest spots.
Oh, I think you already looked at this room. Oh.
Where's... Oh, nice. Leah?
How many are left?
One. Ready? 2 seconds. Alright, if we're not
Ooh.
finding Charlie, then he's gonna be in a fucked up spot.
I heard a whistle, like, over here.
Where is he? Where
Wait,
did you hide?
What? Hold on, is that... No.
Charlie!
Oh my god! How? Oh my goodness!
Charlie always does this.
How?
Charlie!
Surely! Look at that!
Charlie bit me
I
finger.
can't believe it!
Oh my god.
I never would have seen that, ever.
You crazy. You crazy boy.
Right.
This ad would load. There's an ad?
An ad?
What the hell? Alright, let's do... Have you seen the new Japan map?
Oh no, let's go.
Oh, perfect. What we'll do
I
on
did
this
see
one...
something on Twitter about Twitch and like pre-roll ads or something. Like something has changed.
True. You naughty boy.
That's only for pre-roll. That's not a
Bam,
full,
my
like-
kid has gifted a sub to
Um,
Molly
Yeah.
_Ollie.
We're gonna play double. Did we play that together last time? I don't think so.
so.
So the mode is we all hide. You don't see each other hiding, but we all hide. And then we all hunt. But it's the first person to find everyone, including yourself.
Ooh, okay.
So it's like a race to find everyone, but it's cool because we can all hide.
All right.
All right. Wait, Mikey, thanks for gifting Molly a sub. That's really nice.
So wait, who's the? I'm sorry. Who's the? How do you? Who's hunting?
So we're all hiding and then we're all hunting. But when we load in as hunters, you only see a floating gun. And we have to find everyone's hiding spots that they just hidden. And you want to find everyone
Oh.
first. Including
oh, wait,
yourself.
That's kind of cool.
So you have to remember your spot. Thank you, Mikey. Also, if you weren't here at the start of the stream, I'm so excited. Henry pointed it out. So we have Clumpmas and Jaloon in a couple of days. And I was bummed because I was like, I don't have a discount to give you guys. Like, damn. And then Twitch
Oh, is this
randomly...
a tiny map?
Yeah, it's tiny. Twitch randomly dropped a discount for 8 days. So Clumpmas and Jaloon will be discounted, which is iconic. I'm stoked. Sorry, not sorry. Jaloon, I forget who said it, but it's a combination of June and July because it's so close to July. And Charlie, it is fair game. You crack me up. I'm stuck. How do we get out of here? There we go. Hello, Eric.
Oh my god.
Okay, I might do this actually. Hello. That's really bad, but it'll be okay. Hi, Josh. Hello, doll. Let me message.
Oh my god. Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay.
That spot was insane.
Eric, honestly, I don't know why it starts counting down from that long. They'll probably add a custom thing in the future where you can change that. Because it is ridiculous. How you going, sweetie?
I've found 2 people.
Yeah.
You got to really think like a rat if you're gonna be hunting. What a big game.
Leah, nice.
Whoa! Found another.
Now, where did you hide is the question.
Can you hear other people's gunshots or no?
I think you can.
Oh my god.
Henry, you did that yesterday. Steven, 6 years is crazy. How are you, doll? Good to see you. What
Oh my
the
god.
hell?
So wait, can you hear other people's gunshots?
Maybe you can't. I swear you could.
Because I've shot like 5 people.
Oh, you can't. Okay, maybe they changed that. Steven, how are you? Pink Hat's gonna come out later.
Oh my god. This makes me want to go to Japan.
Girl, go with me. It was amazing.
I want to go back. I loved going there.
Wait, why don't you just meet me there? That'd
Well,
be cute.
Maybe after I move to New York. I need to do that.
Yeah. Let's go next year together. What a trip. Girls trip.
He's
Oop.
such a sly.
Yeah, I don't know. I know Charlie cooked.
Oh my god. I didn't even check this area. Oh no. Gag. Ah!
Axel! Wow! Oh shit.
Wait, who did I miss? Oh my god, Parker!
Granny! Nice.
I know, I was disgusting. Apparently, oh my god. Hello?
Where's Charlie? Oh yeah, I got Charlie. Proud of that.
There was someone up
Great.
there?
Wow.
Wow.
What I love about this game is you can just continue to find new spots.
Oh my god, those were some crazy spots. That was actually insane.
Insane.
That was insane, that was. Can't believe it.
Oh, I like it. Oh, I like it. All right, let's do. I want to show you this. Have you done the art gallery yet? Actually, I want to give you
Yes, we
Simpson
did
Family
it.
House.
Yes, we did Simpsons and we did art. I think I've done every map except for if there's something new since then, since
Okay.
last week.
Okay.
The Simpsons one is cute.
Very cute. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love this game. I hate that I'm so obsessed, but you know what's so good? At least we'll have this game for Cluntmas. Like, easy game to play. I'll play more, of course, but this is gonna be so much fun.
Apparently there's an airport map for Peak.
Yes, do you wanna play it? It's fun.
We should.
It's a bit broken, but it's fun.
Oh, it is?
We'll do
Oh.
Infection. Alright, I'm gonna try think outside the box here because I always do the same thing. Oh. Why don't I do this? Like old times. Oh, I wanted to try this actually. Oh, I can't. Or can I? Where are you hiding? I feel like this is gonna be good.
It's just so dumb. Neck minute.
Mikey, there's no way I have time to do that. But that's kind of funny. I'll do it for a laugh, but I don't think I'd be able to. I want to see if I can remember what he wears even. I know, Mikey, it's okay. I didn't think you would.
Yeah.
But I want the challenge. Also, I was getting a clip
Oh.
for
I
YouTube.
don't think I can use the spot.
Guys, it's actually so foul how
Damn.
much I concentrate. Like, my concentration face in this game is really embarrassing.
God.
I saw it and I was like, that's what I look like?
Oh shit. I'm screwed.
That's great. Random, I'm good, doll. How are you? I'm a free square. With the new shape, it's anyone's game. Were you on night shift, Random? Did you get the night off? Day shift? Oh, nice. Okay. I definitely am missing someone for sure. That's funny. That's really clever. Yeah, Bart has a huge ass room. They had more money than they were letting on. I think they're downstairs. On a single income. Yeah. When we think about it like that, pretty crazy. Oh, they're out and about around here.
Oh my god.
Girl, I don't think I found you.
You definitely did.
Did I?
I would be shocked if you didn't find me.
Where in the hell? Someone's here and I don't know where they are.
I'm running out of time.
This game makes me a little bit nervous, it does.
It does you a bit scared, innit?
Did you find me?
I don't know. I need to pay more attention to the names.
Have a look at mine.
Where are you?
I'm in the lounge room.
Oh, yeah, I did Ned Flanders.
Yeah. Where's
Did you
Grant?
find me?
I think I... Oh, yes, I did. That was clever.
Mine was so... I was planning to sit in the chair, and it kept telling me I was covered. And I
Oh,
was like,
and
well,
you went, you know what? I'm over
I'm like,
this.
you know what? I'm done.
That's funny. Again, I love the Simpsons house.
Yeah, do it again.
And then we'll do
I
peak.
need a rematch. Oh, yeah, do the peak one.
We'll do this and then I'll do peak. God, I'm obsessed with this game.
That sounds peak.
Oh, I'm obsessed, I am. It's disgusting.
No, I think everyone found me except for one person.
Okay. Game of the year, game of the year.
Game of the year.
Ooh, what are you gonna do? Oh no! Thank you, doll. You know what? I
Bam
really
Mikey
bloody
has
appreciate
gifted
it.
3 subs.
Naughty boy.
Thank you for the sub.
Thank you, Mikey.
Put your ass away, child.
For playing along, of course.
Bam Mikey just subscribed.
You know I love playing along. Can't help myself. where that fourth sub came from, but I appreciate it. Unless Twitch are doing a thing where they give bonus, but surely not. And charge back! Charge back!
Come on.
Hold. Hmm.
My God, let me in.
Hmm. Not good. Thank you though, Mikey. That's very kind. Wait, hang on. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. The hidden in plain sight. I'm gonna do it. YOLO. Get me in! God, I love it. Do you reckon I'll find you? Hips. Hi, Mimi. Very cute how she's been on my lap all day recently. Alright, let's go. Let's go.
Oh my God, I had like an idea and it wouldn't work, and then I had to panic again. Oh no.
I had to panic.
I'm so, God, I'm so bad at the painting.
I think you're better than you think you are.
It's the, finding a position and then the actual painting on top of it. Girl.
Fair.
Work.
Thank you for the sub.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Just Jules89
Jules?
just subscribed. Taps microphone. Hello, is this thing on?
Oh, it's
Can you
on.
believe 19 months? Where has the time gone?
I know.
But so many more to coom.
To coom.
Ooh, I haven't found anyone.
Thank you, doll. How are you? I was gonna do that exact
Good
thing.
hiding this
Wow.
round.
Gotta go upstairs. Thank you, doll. I'm happy to see you. Can't believe that's gone that quick. I mean, time is just melting away, but that's crazy. Thank you, doll.
Whoa.
No, it did. Anytime I get a resub, it honestly blows my mind. I don't think I'll ever get a resub and be like, yeah, alright. That's really nice. Gran, I liked yours a lot.
Oh, you did?
I nearly walked
I was
past.
trying to do something else downstairs and it just wouldn't work, so I ran upstairs with 60 seconds.
No, that was beautiful. I also found another one that I want to try. Speaking of,
Damn, people really hit this round. I found two people, one person maybe. Oh, there's one.
I have another good one. They're right in front of me, aren't they? Give me another whistle. Oh, nice. Charlie, of course it was fucking Charlie. Charlie. Course.
Oh my god, I only found 2 people.
Yeah, I don't know where the other 3 are.
Where? Oh my god, Leia, that's an
Where?
amazing spot.
Oh, nice.
Wait, chimes for where is chimes for days? Where is that? Is that upstairs?
I think upstairs. Don't have to play. I hate the game. Oh.
Oh.
Guys, I have one more
where
spot
is
that I
that?
want to do on this map. We'll do infection or we'll do like basic. Actually, we'll do basic.
Right.
And we'll do a speed run. We'll do 100-second hide time. I have an idea.
Right.
And then we'll do peak.
Good.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if my vision is what I think it's gonna be. That might be the play. It's a speed hide. Okay, what is everyone doing? Nice. Ooh. Where's Grand? Charlie, nice. Oh, nice. Nice. Oh, good. Grand, nice. Bello! How are you? Ah, did you get the bloomin' onion? Leia's having yogurt. Oh no, it kicked. We
Wait,
won!
what happened?
I think Leah got kicked maybe, and they were the hunter.
Oh.
But guys, that mean we won. That's okay, Leah. Look at my spot.
Oh. Where are you? Let's see.
It could potentially work. Road to 200. Okay. Let's do the infection on peak. I want to show you this spot that I have. But some people know about it in here. But I'll just show you. Okay, let's go. I'm not taking it, don't worry. Lost my mind because bathroom door foreman said, oh, Sheila's, that's crazy. I usually do Aussie days, but there'll be a stream coming up where it'll be in nighttime. I'll give 5 subs. For what? If I do your spot? Or if I don't take your spot? Did you see my, were you asleep? I did a, oh babe, what's this for?
Going down to the club, but
I did a trophy spot.
pussy tossing.
Charlie, what's this for?
I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
Thank you.
Or Parker has gifted 5 subs. Naughty
Leah says
boy.
thank you too. Charlie. Thank you, doll.
I'm getting an error saying I've made too many requests.
Yes. Refresh and try again. It does that
Oh, here
from
we
time
go.
to time. Yeah.
Got it.
Charlie. Thank you.
What is this map
Golden
again?
Kappa.
All the shorties in the club, let me see you just back it up, drop it down, let me see you just get low, scrub the ground, let me see you just push it up, let me see you just
Wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, yeah. Wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, yeah. Wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, yeah. Wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble.
Slade
Charlie, I
Shadow
wanna
has
show you what I
gifted 6
did.
subs.
Thank
Naughty
you.
boy.
What the hell, guys? That's really nice.
But I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
I did this last time.
Homer Huddle has gifted
Oh, okay.
5 subs.
It was that.
Naughty
It was really
boy.
good. What on earth? Thank you, Henry. Thank you, Trey. Charlie. What the hell?
I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
Hey.
Dustin22 has gifted 5 subs. Naughty boy.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your
Put your ass away, child.
Kayla Ho just subscribed. Carl's love.
Thank you, guys. Get your golden kappas. But thank you so much for doing that. That's really lovely. Thank you. Make sure you're thanking the gifters if you did get a sub. Time of my life.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away,
Put your ass away, child.
Sarah _ Schmazzy just subscribed. Hi lovelies.
Okay, we're gonna leave it there.
Titty Kaka.
Wait.
Hakuna.
Mikey, Nebula,
Hi,
Sarah,
Tatas.
Justin, Kayla.
Nebula Lionheart just
Henry,
resubbed for
Charlie,
23 months.
Thank you,
Almost
guys.
2 years.
Hakuna.
My tata.
I can take your mans if I want to, but lucky for you, I don't want to.
Sorry.
Something something Kappa train something.
Thank you. Something, something. Guys, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. You are, in fact, my goats. That's really sweet. Thank you. Oh my god.
I'm so sorry that it didn't work out. I'm moving on. I'm so sorry, but it's over now. The pain is gone. I'm putting on my shades to cover up my eyes. I'm jumping in my ride. I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo. I'm riding solo. I'm riding solo.
I can't believe that was 5 years
I'm
ago, by
going
the way.
down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. I'm going down to the club.
Thank you,
but I'm
guys.
Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
I really, really appreciate it.
Chimes 4 days has gifted 5 subs. Naughty boy.
Naughty boy. Thank you, guys. If you were gifted a sub, please say thank you. That would mean a lot. Popping off, babes. Popping off. Bloody, I didn't know Twitch was doing a discount. And now I have a golden kappa? Like, hello? Jesus Christ. But seriously, thank you guys. That's so kind. Hi, Delulu. Hi, Fluff as well. My goats. I reckon Bob's gonna get me.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
You got me, you got me.
Aqua Kyle 2000 just
Hi,
subscribed.
Tammy.
I just saved 30 cents.
How did we get here?
Carl's Maxwell.
Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you, guys. That's really lovely. Thank you. Coil, how are you, doll? Tell me, are you working today? What are you doing today? Oh, nice. Now, where would Gran be? Not the best. Oh, doll, I'm sorry. Well, I hope everything gets better. I remember that you are the best. In my eyes. Because you're so funny. So you. And you just graduated. Hope you feel better. You're the best. My GORG. Oh, nice. How's your morning going? Best bottom, yeah. You won. Number one. Someone's here. Someone's here. But where? Oh, nice. Yep. Nice. Hi, Connie.
I cannot believe that worked.
Wait, where were you?
I was under this chair. I was a cookie.
Girl. Let me see.
I was stuck in the eyedropper too. I got looked at like 4 times. I was like, oh, it's over. It's over.
Oh, nice.
Look at that there. And I've got my slutty little opening as
Oh,
well.
that's
You see my
really-
cookie underneath.
I love your opening. That's amazing.
Oh!
Again, again.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. Thank you, Kayla. Thank you, Guy. Enjoy your golden emote. Slutty little opening. Crazy comms.
Away we go then.
Oh, I'm the hunter. I'm gonna come fucking get ya. I'll go pee while it's counting down. Let's go. Gotta give her more meds soon. Okay, great. They're gonna do something crazy. I know you've gone crazy. I'm scared. Girl, I'm scared. Where did you hide?
God, this is so.
What did
not
you do?
this. I'm just living the dream.
Where are you?
It looks so bad.
Oh. I thought you were a marshmallow. That's funny.
No, I was not a marshmallow.
A marshmallow.
No, a marshmallow.
Trying to get into your head, like, what would you do? I feel like you would be something whimsical.
I'm so whimsical. I'm, as they would say, the menage a trois of Pride Month right now.
Really?
I really am.
Mm.
I'm the peak of pride.
Girl, I think someone's doing this.
Oh.
I think someone's in here. Where are you?
Oh my god, in that tree?
I think someone's in here, maybe. Let the expert in. Alright, go on. Go on, doll.
Oh my god, you can go in the elevator? Were they the sign?
Yeah, and the sign said welcome to Pussy Island.
Oh my god. Oh. Not you shooting the cookie.
Sorry, I just, after your thing, I didn't...
After I exposed my cookie to the world. No!
That last whistle screwed you.
I thought I was so hidden. You know what it was though? Is I tried to hide in the pipe at first. Didn't work.
Oh.
Oh.
Real.
Wait, I just heard in this tree?
Ah. Oh, that's good. Look at Creakies. Oh, that's so good. Oh, wow. That's so good.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. That was really good.
Oh, Homo Huddle, I would have never found that. Look at that. Look at that there.
Look at that.
That's great. That's spicy. Oh, that was good.
You look directly at Henry. Oh god. You can honestly, it's
Do
so...
that map again.
Okay. It's so easy to look at someone and then miss them. I didn't see that rock. That's crazy.
No, it's surprising the things that you can see in it.
Yeah.
Hey.
Alright, I gotta do something different. Let's see. This works. Who's hunting? Can't. Maybe I can go up here. Damn it. I want to see if I could be that sign. Trades. Thanks for games. I'm just gonna... I'm a sassy bishop. I was gonna paint myself into this, but I might just do this because to me that's so stupid. I'm sassy. Unless I paint myself into this, but no, I might go obvious for this one. Bishop, there's a new bishop in town. No, see. My name's Shakira, actually. Oh, this would be a good spot too. Oh, I love this map. I could keep playing it. I have a problem. Where did you hide? Tell me.
Who, me?
Yeah, tell me.
I ain't telling you shit. I'm a working woman.
Okay. I'm gonna get you.
Wait, this might be one of my best spots ever.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh.
This is a gag.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Great. Charlie's hacked it again.
Can't believe it. Right. You got 200 seconds, girls.
Oh, bing bong. Nice. Okay, Leah's hunting. Leah's a good hunter. Hi, gamer. Very
Go on,
spicy.
Leah. Find them all, go.
I wish I was covered in grass.
Oh.
It's only a matter of time before Leah finds me, and then I find you.
That's what you think. You're never finding me.
I bet you're the first one I find.
Ha! That's what you think, you bald fool.
I love how you just keep going. Yeah, that's what you think.
You would never find me. I have found the best spot, not clickbait, in all of this.
Well,
What is
guess
this game
what?
called?
I'm here, and I'm gonna find you.
Oh my god. My friend couldn't find me in this one spot on the peak map on, what is this game called? I always forget. Mecha Chameleon.
Yes. Oh, I'm gonna find you.
No, you won't. That same trick won't work twice.
And I'm gonna love every second of it. Go on, whistle for me, fool.
Oh, you won't find me.
Ooh, I hear whistles.
I bet you do. What are you gonna do with that whistle?
I'm gonna track you down
Uh-oh.
and kill you.
Oh no, what am I gonna do? Yeah, you better look in those backpacks, because I'm not in there.
Ooh, big whistle. You in there? Where did you go?
Try again. The lollipop.
You're not in the lollipop.
Or maybe I'm in that palm tree.
Stop.
Or maybe I'm in the floor. Maybe I'm in that poster. Or maybe I'm one of those balls on the ground. Is it a ball?
You could never.
Maybe I'm one of those marshmallows. You can go in here? Stop.
Yeah, baby.
Oh my god, I didn't know you could go in here.
Lee, we need to find Gran. She's enjoying this too much.
Oh my goodness. My friend couldn't find me in Mecha Chameleon in this one spot. Oh! Oh, girl.
What would you be? What would you do?
And why?
Why would you do that?
And how? Gag it. You got 10 seconds, girl. You got 10 seconds.
Where are you? This is funny.
You got 10 seconds.
Where were you?
Look what I was.
Where were you?
Look.
What area are you in?
So that billboard of the man doing absolute cinema,
Yeah.
I was on it.
I hit you. I shot it.
You must have just missed me. I think you shot like into the center, but you were so close to hitting me.
Oh.
Oh my god, I was part of his pants.
Oh my god.
I can't believe it.
Hi, Mac. Have you played this? It's so good. I love it. That was
Was I?
hard.
When you shot next to me, I was like, oh, it's over.
Oh, wait, yeah.
And that's when I was like, maybe I'm in the poster. Maybe in the lollipop.
Yeah. Oh, you nasty bitch. Oh, Tanglewood. I haven't tried this one yet.
Go do it.
It's brand new. Tanglewood from Halloween. Actually, no, from
Oh!
Phasmo. Sorry, from Phasmo.
Oh, good. A map no one's done. This is what we need.
Yeah, this is brand new.
Brand new.
No.
Brand new.
Yeah, Mac, you'll love this. The pin message is the server information, and I wanted to keep you on your toes. Hell yeah, brother, hell yeah. I think we'll have Whiskey joining us at some point today. Heard Phasmo? Tell me, this is a Phasmo map. I haven't played this one either, so it's going to be brand new for everyone. Very excited. Chris messaged me? What is he doing today? Alright, let's go. Brand new map. Oh, wow.
Oh, here we go.
Tammy.
Oh, wow. Look at this. Oh, wow.
I've died so many times in this house. This is Phasmo.
Oh, this is the... Oh, okay.
Oh, this is sick.
That I was thinking it was Dead by Daylight.
Oh, Tanglewood. This takes me back to the tutorial back in the day.
Is this infection or what is this?
This is infection.
Oh, shit.
Which is good because this is a new map, so we can all learn. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yes, you should, Mac. So good. Better than prop hunt. Two games I'm obsessed with at the moment, Mac. Overwatch and Mecha Chameleon. I love. Wow, look. That's cool. Wow. Oh, wow. How fun. That's so cool. Give us Camp Woodwind. Give me Nell. Okay. This game feels cruel in its visuals. What do you mean, Dole? Like, oh, the blending? Yeah. Wonder if she ate her food. You've broken the map? Oh, great. Guys, you know what's funny? Gran's gone overtime because she likes the game. I'm not saying... No, I'm not telling her the time. I'm waiting. 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 I'm waiting Gamer, that's what I said. Yeah. She didn't want to play. And I was like, no, trust me. You just gotta... Because this game, when you first play it, it's not hard, but you're kind of just getting used to the painting. So sometimes you can feel a little bit like... I don't know. Fish out of water type of thing. But if you just commit to a few games, it's so addicting. Ooh. Nice. Okay.
I was actually thinking about hiding there where you hid.
Oh, really?
I was like, oh, that's easy. I'll do that.
Now, where would have you gone? People would have gone into shadows, I think. See, you're in your groove now, so you're going to be somewhere diabolical.
Oh! Jebby.
Oh, nice. Oh. This game, this is a modded map, so spots are going to be imperfect. Nice. But where are you? Where is the old woman? Oh. I just saw someone in the wall. Come out.
In the wall?
I saw Tootsies. Come out.
Mama, they're in the walls. Guys, I'm scared. I'm literally shaking. I'm literally shaking.
Come out, Tootsies.
Oh my god, there's so much time left.
Wonder if that was Charlie. I saw someone's legs peek through.
Oh my god, I'm so scared. Everyone's getting shot.
Hi, Bran. Hey, how are you doing?
I'm so scared.
Good question, Mac. I'm not sure because today is a smaller stream, but I'll probably be playing off stream after I do my editing. Girl. Oh, I wonder if they have a DBD map. I should check that. Probably do.
Oh. Oh my god, I'm surrounded. Stop. Oh my god, someone stood on me and was looking at me.
Oh my god.
Ew! That
Yeah, I'm
was
down
you,
for
Liv, yes.
DBD/Overwatch off stream a bit later.
That shadow. Look at this person over me. Exoterra is. Oh!
I think I saw you. They don't have one. Oh, okay. Oh, the anniversary. You're right.
Oh.
Yeah, that map was a little bit broken.
Wait, could people like go through walls and things?
Yeah, it's a bit broken, but this one's really fun. You'll like this one.
Yeah, come on, let me in it.
We'll do double again for this one. It's really pretty.
Yeah.
Look at disc.
The mod must be downloaded to start the game. Oh, is this Spyro the Dragon?
Oh. No, it's Zelda.
I knew that. I was being a fool.
A fool.
Just kidding. Do you have a Switch too? Oh yeah, you do.
Yes.
You do indeed.
Yes.
Yes.
A million Connie Striker. How are you, Dom?
Yeah.
I love this game. I'm so obsessed.
That's how I'm gonna sound when I see you.
Good night, Mikey. Oh, in New York City.
IRL. In New York City.
Girl, I will come to New York. Don't even...
I hope that the heck you do.
I will, babe. Once you're
I
settled,
hope that the
I
heck
will.
and heck.
You can
know
show
what I
me
love about
all the
furries?
things. You say you love furries?
No, do you know what I love about furries?
Oh, what?
Is furries will post the most salacious, insane art on Twitter or whatever, and then they'll go stream with their VTuber, the sluttiest VTuber you've ever seen, and then they will say things like, "Oh, I'm so heckin' mad. I'm so like they won't swear." I'm like, girl, you just posted your whole. You won't say a swear word? Like, come on now.
You just posted your hole. So funny.
Like get real.
Real. Yeah, let's do that, Leah. Let's do that next. Remind me if I don't say it. Oh, Charlie, right. Working. I'm good, though. I didn't sleep much last night. Mia was being a little sick cat, poor thing.
Okay.
But that's alright. That's alright. Happens sometimes, doesn't it? I know you know what that's like with kids. Mia's not a child, but I imagine it would be far worse when they're young. Thanks, Mikey. I'll see you guys American Sunday for Clumpmas and Jaloon. Very excited. It's gonna be great. You're a Clumpmas and Jaloon, yeah? What of it? Mouthful of bourbon. Okay, not my best, not my worst. Not my best, not me worst. Alright, let's go. I'm nervous. Pretty good map, this one. There's only if like there's some broken spots, but it's not as bad as that Tanglewood. Alright, where'd you hide?
Oh, I didn't realize what mode it was. Oh shit. Oh, hello. Someone's right there. Girl, please tell me someone is this cow. Okay. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, I like this map. This is cute. There's
Isn't
lots
it
of like
fun?
little camouflage spots.
Someone's always hiding in these. But
Oh, this map is large. Have you done this one before?
yeah, it's really fun. But it does like there's so many spots where you just miss because all of the colors. But it's great.
Oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh. Wait, I have to shoot myself?
Yes.
Oh, what?
You have to
Do I
get
do that
everyone. You can do it whenever you want.
First? Oh, okay.
It could be a strat to wait or a strat just to get it done. So it's up to you.
Does it change anything if you do it early?
No. But like people might see you. Like they might see Granny shot Granny. But like it's really hard though because you can't tell who's shooting the gun. So I think you're fine. Leah, you know what? That wasn't too bad.
God.
This is hard. I'm not finding anyone. No one nice.
That was good.
Honestly, you could get away with simple ones on this one.
Yeah, there's lots to blend into. Ooh, does this game actually have this many spiders in it?
I don't know. And if so, I'm scared.
Literally shaking.
Oh no. I know there's someone right here. I can't bloody see.
I have to shoot myself.
Henry, very nice.
Oh god, why can't I get up here? No. Please.
There was a whistle. Oh, nice.
Wait, oh wait, did anyone, can you tell like who found you?
You can, I mean, you can see when it pops up, but you can only like see the flashing ones you missed. There was so many of you at spawn. Are you kidding me?
Oh, there were? Oh my god, I only missed one at spawn. There's a lot. Wow!
Alright, I want to do one where we're all big. So when it loads, pick the one furthest to the right. It's the biggest model. Because I think that'll be funny for us to try and... Let's all be big in the sewer. Let me type in chat. Yes. Okay, cool. Big model, guys. Big model.
Big mommy, big model.
And we'll do double as well.
Yes. So it's the 1.7?
Yes, 1.7.
Okay.
Hopefully everyone heard that, because this would be so funny, because it's huge.
It's huge. 1.7. Oh, too late now. Oh, God. Oh, jeez.
Let's all be big in the sewer.
What?
Yeah. Okay, this is going to be interesting. I don't know how this is going to work.
Good luck, everybody.
All right, where can I go? This large and in charge.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Strawberry Shortcake's just subscribed. Bush all natural Carl's toss.
Okay. Kay, thank you for 34. Charlie, if you were broken, do you want to try and hide, like, not super obvious, but where you can be found at least? For this round? Hi, P. How are you? Hello. How are you? See if I can...
Not this. Go up, please.
Amy, did you eat? Yay, you feel better? Wait, do you feel better? Sorry. I'm good. She's very snotty, but I'm taking that as a win because it's not like fully blocked, although she did sound very blocked last night and I didn't get much sleep. It was very loud, but it's okay. Need a good sob. Okay, good. Glad you feel better. Hi, Cass. How are you, doll? Hello. Alright, this is going to be interesting. We have Clumpmas and Jaloon in a couple of days, guys. Bobs.
What the?
Okay, so maybe is...
That was so hard.
I don't think I've ever done everyone being big before. I think it's gonna bamboozle me, to be honest.
That was so challenging.
Ping, yes, I was feeling sad. So I was like, oh no, I can't put on a discount until August. And there's an 8-day sale. Are you kidding me? My lucky day. I was like, yeah. Felt bad that I couldn't put on a token. Mimi. I know. Oh, bless you. Sicky girl. What about Feet Finder, but you have to pay to join? Oh my god. That's crazy. Bless you, memers. Where are you? I'm not doing good. How is everyone harder to find?
I've only found 2 people. I think it's because we're so used to... You have to play this game a certain way when you're small.
True.
So the fact you know they're large, it's like, you don't even know where to look.
True.
What the hell was that? Sounded like it was right next to me.
Yeah.
But I don't see it anywhere. Where are you? That sounded so close.
Nice, Henry.
Oh.
Where are you?
Oh, that was so good, Jemmy. I almost didn't see you.
Someone woo-wooed.
Put your ass away, child!
Put your ass away,
Riot_ghost type just subscribed. 63 months of nothing but vanilla love.
Vanilla love. Yeah. Thank you, doll. 63 is crazy.
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
Ooh.
How are you, doll? My god.
Oh, you won. Carla, you won.
Thanks, baby. Wait, where's Chimes?
Where's your body?
What was I? Guys, what was I?
See you.
Oh, I was a trash bag.
Oh, yeah, I did find that one.
Granny, nice. I didn't find you.
That was a panic spot, too.
Perfect.
Perfect. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
1.7.
Incredible.
I didn't see them. Wow, 1.7's hard. Love.
What's that?
I said 1.7 was tricky.
Yeah, I don't know if I
leave,
liked
you're
it.
so sexy. Hope you're okay.
It was so hard to find a spot.
I know. See, you're liking MECCHA.
I am. I'm slowly getting better with the painting.
Yes.
It is difficult, though.
Oh, Leah, I feel you. Me too, actually. Let's store Oh, wait. I have an idea. I have an idea. We're gonna do basic on art gallery, and I would like you to hunt.
Okay, yeah.
Okay?
Let me pop in there.
Right, pop in the middle.
Ooh.
We can be small. We don't have to be big. And yes.
I like you said that like a primary school teacher. We can be small. We don't have to be big. Any size is good.
If
You're
you can
beautiful
hear me,
just as you are.
we are going to be security cams.
Really big and really
Okay?
small and really big and really small.
Okay, so I'll be... If you can hear me, we're going to play a prank on Gran. We're going to be security cams. And only security cams. Okay. If you can hear me, I don't know if everyone will hear me, but hopefully you do. And we are just going to see how long it takes for her to notice that we're security cams. Okay. Axel's going artiste. Okay, we have some artists in here. Oh, red dot light. Yes. If you can hear me and you still want to play along, we are being security cams. We're trying to prank Gran. Ooh, that's good. Panda, are you being sarcastic? Or are you being serious? Because I know I said it a lot, but I feel like some people have me muted. They're trying to not like cheat, I get it. Chimes. Oh yeah, perfect, you moved. Nice. Oh, I like my security cam. Can I say that? Oh, nice. Oh, okay, Fender, sorry. I thought you were teasing me because I did say it quite a bit, but... Okay, we only have 4 in... Okay, 4's in paintings, the rest are security cams. Alright, come and find us.
Okay, let's go find all the divas. First of all, I'm gonna start with the sneaky spots. Oh, lots of whistling over here.
Abby, I learned it from you. So you tell me. Actually. They don't have the red light, you're right, Charlie, but also I think it adds some sass.
If someone is hiding in that painting, I will be so surprised.
No, that's okay, my love. You're all good, Panda. All good. Henry.
Stop!
Sorry. I like it. Picasso.
Oh, mama. I haven't found a single person.
You will.
Is everyone hiding in the art?
Summer, yep. You can hide anywhere. So it's really up to people. The yellow timer is for the taunt. And then the white is the game.
I don't think I've ever been the hunter on this before. I've just realized. When we did it last time.
Oh, really?
This is hard. I haven't found anybody.
I believe.
What? Oh my god, you all did such a good job.
Oh my god, you were gonna be gagged.
See a single person. Oh, I found someone. They're sitting in a chair.
Wait, Mac, what? Get me in. Alright, so some of us were security cameras and some of us were paintings.
Oh my god, the security cameras.
Do you
I didn't even
like?
see those. Oh, Bob, look at that. He was the sea. I love the sea.
I love to
I
tour.
found one person and they were sitting in a chair.
Okay, how about we do
Oh,
double on this map? That way
wow.
everyone can... But yeah, we wanted to see...
Yeah, that was not enough time for a single. Holy.
We wanted to see if you would get us a security cameras.
No, I would have never. Wow. Good lord.
Nicolas Cage is in every game now, I feel.
Sure is. What's he doing in them games? What's he doing?
What's he doing over there?
Okay, this will be my last one because I have to go get started on my visa.
You have gone
Stuff.
overtime and that's amazing.
Oh, it's a Heidi time.
Heidi time.
Heidi, Heidi, hooty, hooty.
I'll sell my likeness for some coin, why not?
On my only coins. Now, where am I gonna go?
Be funny to do this, but... It won't be good.
Not good. Look how happy they look when they run.
Okay, I gotta... Okay, wait. He's still stealing the Declaration of Independence? I've sold more for less. Real. The security camera was Charlie's idea the other week and it was so good. I have never gotten over something. Oop. I don't know if this is... I don't think this is good. How much time do I have? Oh no. Oop. Oh no. It's really bad. That's not good. Not good at all. I ran out of time. I ran out of time. Mine's so funny.
I did too.
It's so bad. It is so bad.
Mine was so good, and then I did something at the end, and I screwed it up, and then ugh.
Yeah, I screwed it up.
Wow.
I screwed it up.
I mean, who knows? Maybe they won't notice.
Yeah, you draw one and then you all hunt each other. Isn't it cool? So you all kind of have a turn. Stunning.
Uh-oh. No. They're all finding me, oh god. When you see mine, you will know exactly
Well, I
where
know
went
it's yours.
wrong. You'll see where I went wrong.
Really?
I had it, and then I went to like the eyedropper. It went black for some reason.
Okay.
I was like, okay, great.
I want to find
Oh
yours
my god,
so
that
bad.
was actually a person. Wait, you can really go flat into the canvas
Mm-hmm.
on some of these.
Sometimes you forget to find yourself too. I want to see... I want to see yours. Oh.
Oh, I hope you see mine. It's so bad. It was good, and then it wasn't.
Oh, I want to see yours so bad. I don't think I found it. Oh. Oh no. Oh, I know someone's in here, but I just can't see. I want to see your art.
Oh, you'll see it at the end. I had it perfect, and then the eyedropper tool went black, and I accidentally painted like a black line across myself, and I was a really pale color.
Where are you?
I don't know. I wish you can you go
Oh,
like
Axel,
free cam or
nice.
whatever?
Can you on this map? Oh, maybe
oh,
not.
me? Who's just as this Bob's Heisenberger, and we're all together in the same painting.
Wait.
I'm at the top.
Oh,
in the
I
sky.
did get you. I did get you.
Yes, that line.
That's
girl,
funny.
It got me.
I got you, girl.
They need to add an undo button.
I agree.
That would be so nice.
I agree.
Okay, that was my last one. That was gorgeous.
Fun.
Well, I will see you on. I don't know.
Next week.
Next week.
Yes.
All right. Well, bye, Carla's community. Goodbye. Thank you for having your Carla over here, Uncle Carla. Everyone say goodbye to Uncle Carla.
Bye. Bye, baby.
All right. Goodbye, baby.
Bye,
Goodbye.
baby. Bye.
See ya.
See you later. Hello. Running out of spots? Don't say that. We can't run out of spots. We have so much to do. Let me see if there's any other spot. Any workshop items. And then I'm gonna put words on stream up and have a burb. Not shipment. Uncle Carla? Yeah, I've been Uncle Carla for years. I love it. Oh, free. I'll take it, doll. I'll take it.
Thank you for the sub.
Bobs, thank you for 17.
Put
Thank
your
you for
ass
Game
away,
Chats. I'm still gonna
child.
play, guys. So if you still wanna hang out, you're more
Bob's
than welcome.
Heisenberg has just
Get
subscribed.
some lunch, doll. Axel, you poor thing. Twins with Mimi. Thank you for 17. How are you? New. Some of these will be kind of cursed, but I want to try maybe a cursed one.
I think this is one of these Homer. Let me try it on.
Grady.
I think it's a goose.
Thank you, doll.
okay.
Oh, how fun is this game? I'm obsessed. I'm bloody obsessed. Hello, grandkids. We're still playing if you want to hang. I'm taking a quick burb soon. But the server name and password's up ahead.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Thank you, Jay.
Jay Pretorius just subscribed.
Thank you,
Carl's
Gran. That
hit
was
that,
so
Carl's
fun.
hit that.
So much fun. Go do your visa stuff. Go do it. I'm just getting words on stream. The face you do? Which one? I forget which one I do. Ooh, low poly caves. I'll subscribe to it. Grandkids. I'm granddad. Yes. Thank you, Gran. Guys, we're playing some more if you want to go. If you want to jump in. I'm just going to do a quick, well, not quick, quickish burb. Go look after Mimi. But I appreciate you. Enjoy some words on stream. And I'll be back. Lake Titicaca. Hakuna Matatas.
Lindsayat just resubbed for 14
Lake
months.
Titicaca. Hakuna Sorry guys, I did get a battle scar. Mia did not like that at all. Ouchie mama. You're doing great though. You're doing great. Sorry guys, I was trying to give Mimi the liquid stuff, but we got sliced. Lindsay, thank you for 40 months as well, and Jay for 50. I appreciate you. Thank you. I know, I feel bad for her. I was just trying to give her some help, you know? But, yeah. It was one of those ones where they slice, like, really far, and you don't see anything yet, but it really fucking kills, and then it, like, develops and starts, like, bleeding. You're like... Look, I'll always get sliced by her. She's worth it. But ouch. You're doing great though, guys. Port. Fake letter and hidden letter. Spurt. S-P-U-R-T. See the fake letter? Stupor. C is fake. Okay. C is fake. So. Oh, support. So extra P. I'm so bad at this game. Oh, it's extra P. Oh my god, Magoosey. That's all I want. That's all I want. Give me that. She doesn't like me very much at the moment, but that's okay. She got me, girl. He loves watching you. Stop! That is so cute, Magoosey. That's actually so adorable. What the hell? Yippee! Alright. Lock in. Barefoot. Bear. T. T is the bonus letter. And U is the fake, I think. U fake. T bonus. A 4. Oop, caps. I'm really bad at this, guys. I'm very bad. Let me look at mecha maps while we do this. a supermarket. Oh, kitchen would be fun. Guys, you know what? Screw it all. You did great. It's time to Mecca. If you want to get in, guys, you're more than welcome. The server and the password's up above. So get in if you want. Sorry I was BRB. I was trying to give Mimi some more meds, but she didn't like it. We have some spots. How much do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have a few spots if you want to get in. Let's do police station. So apologize for being a mother. True. True. You're right. All right, let's do double again, because I really like that we can all hide. Let's do it. Let's do it. Waiting for download? You got no prompt? So skinny. Must have DC'd. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. We'll get you back in next round. The way I just now saw the new poses. Wait, you just saw them? Oh, I think... Oh, wait. I haven't played this one. I think what I need to do with Mimi... I don't think she's going to take that. I think she'll take the other one, but I might have to get her with... I might have to try and get her to take it in her wet food, but she's been very particular. All right. I don't think this will last me very long. Be honest with you. It's alright. I guess that's fine. That's fine, but I think the circle one would be better. I think the circle ones are better for paintings. Thoughts? Maybe? Could be wrong. Could be wrong. Slay. Charlie, were you able to hide? Okay. Brand new map for me. Yeah, I'm not finding anyone. I haven't done this map yet. Oh, wasn't able to spectate. Okay. Uh-oh. I think there are people under the desks. Or maybe in the middle of the desk? Girl. They glitched? Oh, really? Hi, Dawn. How are you? Hello. I hit myself. Let's try the other ones. I think some maps can be very glitchy. I haven't found anyone else yet. This is very big. I didn't know. It's my first time playing this one. It's me. Oh, that's nice. Shudders. Hey. How y'all doing? Nice. I keep forgetting about the new shapes. Nice, Noah. This one's so easy to miss stuff. Oh my god. With the square. I don't know, Henry. It's very hard. I think I've just gotten lucky. Because I hear whistles and I can't see the rest. No. I got nothing. It sounds like here. Oh, that's so good. Oh, Jebby was down here. I should have known. Oh, yes. Because Jebby hit themselves and then did me. I should have put two and two together. Hold. Damn it.
Thank you for the sub, Dory.
Put your ass away, child!
Put your ass
Jory
away.
9395 just subscribed.
Let's do basic. Thank you. How are you, Joel? What's the hot got? How are ya? Alright, let's go. Anyone want to join, by the way? Get in if you want. Alright, I haven't done the pool in a while. Let's see what we can do. I'm with Axel. What's the time? 12:30. Hello, Konami. How are you? Oh, I should try and be a dev again. Carla. That's why sometimes double is good, because at least everyone gets to hide. Then I was like, no, let's do pool, and then I got hunter, which is honestly good because I do like it. It does hurt my brain, but I do like it. I have to schedule so much mecha content on YouTube as well this afternoon. I got a lot to do this afternoon actually. I might skedaddle soon. And then get everything ready for Cluntmas. Schedule some YouTube videos. We're doing it all. Alright, beautiful. Yeah, I just saw the time, Henry. Whoopsies. I will skedaddle soon. Oop. Oh. There we go. But I'm so excited because no matter how long Cluntmas goes for, because it's going to be a timed thing, we can do so, we can do so much mecha if people want to. We can go crazy. It's gonna be fun. Okay, I have to lock in. This map's really hard. We'll do one more. Oh, nice. We'll do one more so Axel can hide. We'll do another double in here, I think. So we can all hide, and then I will skedaddle. But then we have a super long stream next week. Actually, next week's huge. We're starting our sponsor. We have Clutmas and Jaloon. I'm sure more friend slot we're able to. Doing all the things. Yeah, I got heaps to nice. It'll be good because I'll be all organized ahead of time. And then if you have any ideas for other incentives, please don't hesitate to put in the Discord. If you get any ideas. God, my hand hurts too. Ouchie mama. Oh, that's good. That's good. Where are you? Someone in the light? I know this is about to be too good and I'm scared. Oh no, it's Charlie. I'm shaking in my boots. I reckon he's up here. Oh, I'm scared. I love how— okay, here he is. I love how much Charlie gets, like, when you're hunting for Charlie, your brain goes into this new, like, thing. All right, let's do one more because I want to play on the pool, and then we'll go. Okay. Good night, Abs. Have a stunning night. You reckon? I reckon the round one is better for painting, and then the box one's better just in general. What's something different I can do? I guess I could try and do like— something simple. Hmm. That's ass. I can't do this. All fours? That was one time. Guys. Hello, Punsa. Punsa. Honestly, Charlie, you're right. think that's nice. Okay. Personally, I think mine is juicy. You DC'd again? Where is everyone?
Oh,
Hey, twin.
what's up?
You ready to hide?
Yeah. Wait, why do you sound so sinister? Wait, are you gonna? Am I being tricked?
Maybe.
Wait, that was a good evil laugh.
Was it?
Yeah. Wait. Sounds like you're like talking like really close to the mic and like you have like ominously and like you're gonna lead me to my doom.
Really? You think?
It's freaking me out.
What's freaking you out?
Oh. You should be a voice actor.
Thank you. Are you gonna get some of the whiskers in?
Let me check. Whiskers.
Or am I a sloppy steak? Oh no,
I feel like
I'm
you're
a
a
sloppy
decent steak.
steak.
Wait, Carl, I fuck you not. Everyone said no, 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 no.
Oh, okay, guys, I'll end stream.
Wait, no, this wasn't part of the plan.
Oh, awkward.
I honestly thought they would say yes, but it was like immediately like 5 people, no, no, no.
Okay, I think you're doing this new bit where you pretend everyone says these awful things. And it's
No,
funny.
they say awful things a lot.
Whiskers, get in. It's Bush shaved. Bush server name shaved password.
To be fair, several people can't play because the game is not on Mac.
Oh, okay. Just steal one.
Well, you said that you were going to gift a couple gaming PCs to my community earlier.
Yeah. I'm gonna need you to convince them to hop on. Surely we have one whisker willing to join.
We just need one brave volunteer.
One whisker.
All right, let me change my, what's it called? My category. Is the new update out today with the color picker or no?
Oh, there's a new update?
The 3D color picker?
There's a 3D color picker?
There was a patch note. I don't know if it was actually released yet, but they're making it the color picker better so you can color pick like the shininess and more accurately.
Really? And what about the Switch 2 you're giving away?
How do you know about that?
I know all.
I have a Switch 2 to give away.
You just...
I don't know. It's like a lot. It's like a big, you know what I mean?
No,
like,
totally
what am I gonna
get
do?
that.
Just like go live and just be like, who wants a Switch 2?
Like, yeah, I get that.
You know,
But
like
yeah,
we have
exactly
to do like
that.
like a parade.
Where
Was it
is
released in
everyone?
December? That's wild.
If I show him my hole,
listen,
will he
Carla,
give me
if-
the Switch? Yes.
No.
Oh,
But
yep.
Carla, also if you, I know you said that you.
I can go on a little longer.
Okay, I don't want to keep you. Like,
You would
like,
never. You
You
would
can
never.
be honest. Like
No,
you
of
can
course.
you can interrupt me and tell me to go fuck myself, and I'll get it.
No, I
I'll
totally
out of your
get
hair.
that. I totally get that.
Wait, people are buying the game in droves.
Oh my god. Wait, sales have gone up in millions.
Guys, drop your Cash App. We got you tonight.
Do you want to crowd control, or am I a flaming sack of shit?
There's crowd control?
I mean, sorry. Do you want to stream together, or am I a flaming sack of
Yeah,
shit?
yeah. You can invite me.
Okay.
Do you know how to do it, or do you want me to do it?
Yeah, you do it. Actually, you're so great.
Oh, I was hoping.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it.
I still gotta boot up the game and
I'll
find
do
the
it.
music.
I'll do it. Okay.
Okay,
How do I do
appreciate
it?
If you need help, let me know.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
I'm gonna listen to "Hung Up" by Madonna. If
Oh,
okay.
that's really good.
right, I'm coming.
Okay. Mute. Fight gas.
Have you been doing Mecca all day?
Whiskers. I did a bit of Burgling Gnomes.
Is it? Is that game? I have not played it.
It's good.
But I've watched you guys play it a couple times. Is it actually worth it?
Yeah, it's really fun. We should play together.
Interesting.
It's
Noted.
really good. Let me just do this. Guys, Whiskers, are you ready? Lexi, I'm so glad you're here. What an anthem. Wait, share your Spotify jam. Okay?
My jam?
Your jam.
Wait, can we sync our Spotifys?
Yeah, I'll play your jam.
How do we do that?
Do you have a link you could give me?
Okay, but I think my
or maybe
Spotify
from
might say like my
Spotify.
full name and address and everything. So
Wait,
just
let me
make sure you
just-
definitely do show it on screen.
Okay, I'm gonna show it right now. Boyan.
You just doxed me.
I'm kidding. Okay, wait, let me go to Discord because.
Wait,
it
start
should
a
usually-
jam. Start a jam.
No, you start a sham. You start a sham. I just said a sham. Spotify. Do you have it connected
I
to your
can-
Spotify?
I
To your
don't have
Discord?
my Discord connected to my Spotify because I don't. Then every time I listen to music, it
Oh.
would show up, and then people would
People
message me
would
and say, "I
message
can't
in
believe you're listening to that
droves.
trash."
Yeah. People would
yeah.
message in droves, and that'd be so exhausting.
Right.
Got
They
you,
would say
got
some
you.
shit like, "Whiskey, I can't believe you're listening to Paint the Town Red by Doja Cat for the 48th time."
Guys,
in a
if you
row."
don't know, that's
And I'd
our
have to-
song.
I'd have to explain. So I have a QR code you can scan for the jam.
Oh, can you Discord me and I'll.
Hold on, I got
Yeah, do that. Let me just put my.
Let me know if that
virtual-
works.
Okay, let me just get my virtual cam in here. What am I doing? I'm so frazzled. Oh,
Are
here
you
we
wearing
go.
a fun hat tonight?
I can put my fun hat on. If you put your fun hat on, can you put Mike Wazowski on?
My hair looks decent today. I kind of don't want to. Hold on, chat. Does my hair look bad today? If you say yes, I'll
No.
put a hat on.
No, you. I think you should just put it on.
I clicked on your guest star thing and it said error.
Great. This is why I don't make it.
I could try.
Okay.
I usually never do it. Hold on, let me see.
Download. Wait here. Join Whiskies. Play from Whiskies. I can play your shit. Choose, play from Whiskey Speaker. Choose if you're joining in person. I can play whatever I want.
Oh, I already have a playlist going.
Wait, but if I do this, I just want to see if you can hear it.
Are you playing Crazy Frog?
Can you hear it? So
Wait,
you can
that's
hear that.
awesome.
So you can.
Yeah, it's peak.
Oh, okay.
Wait, that's actually so awesome. Why don't people do this more often? Guys, she's playing the Australia national anthem.
I just feel very patriotic today.
As you should.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, let me put you on the screen.
Okay.
What if we just let chat control the music?
Yeah, we can do that.
Is this the Halloween theme? This is gonna be so whiplash, bro.
No, I'm gonna actually join your thing.
It's
'cause I-
actually good for this is good hunting music for Mecca.
Oh, true. I just can't hear it because it's playing through yours and not mine.
Oh, I turned it up bigly.
I'm connected to a PC. What world are we in?
You connected to my PC?
Yeah. What's all this shit on in your documents?
Get out of there.
Oh, okay.
Bum 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 bum. All right, I haven't even booted up the game. Hold on. I don't
Okay,
see
boot it
your
up.
cam though.
Okay, I gotta
Your
fix
cam's
that.
not there
Okay.
unless I'm. Oh, I didn't even invite you yet. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Carla, I sent you an invite.
Okay.
Is this Who Wants to Be a Millionaire theme?
Yes. I gotta join my obituary.
Oh, there you are.
There you are.
Oh, you're double audio.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Let me get the whiskers in here.
I don't have a cam for you. It's just an icon that says Carla.
Oh, that's really good because I have a cam for you.
Yeah, turn yours on.
Oh, okay.
Or if you want, you don't have to.
No, I do. I thought it was on. That's my bad.
Oh, okay. All right, perfect. You look fantastic.
Thank you so much, you two. Okay, I'm gonna join your actual jam because I can't hear shit. And then you can
Oh, so
control
you're just playing music.
Yeah, now I can
You
hear
can't
it.
even hear it. Oh.
Wait. I'll join your jam now. I just wanted to like control it because it was funny to me. You've been listening to this?
Yeah, I've been listening to Who Wants to Be a Millionaire for like 2 minutes.
That's funny. Okay. Can you change it now?
Yeah. Here, if I do
join.
this. It should be playing Sunny by Boney M right now.
Perfect. Perfect, guys. All right, are we in? How many people are in here? One. Oh,
I haven't even
One,
booted up the game
two,
yet,
three.
so.
Okay, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think there's one spot for you. Someone's drawing a massive dong.
Perfect. Is the password still Bush?
So server Bush, password shaved.
Wait, your camera was just glitching out.
Yeah, I don't know why it does that.
It was like you were going like this. It was wild.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you were DJing. It was kind of sick.
Oh, sick. Okay. Guys,
All right,
lock in. They're playing their World Cup match today. Yeah, on right now in my living room.
What is the password?
Shaved.
Server name? Is it Shaved Bush?
So, server is Bush, password shaved.
Server is Bush. A past tense shaved or currently shaving?
Shaved. Like I've already shaved it.
Okay. I'm in there.
All right, cool. Yeah, actually, I can't see you.
I'm in now.
You know what I did, by the way? I made or I told you, fuck. But I made my name MECCHA Dev and I pranked people.
133 thumbs up?
Yeah. I'm kind of it. All right, let's
I'm never catching up, bro.
There you are. Let's do a warm-up. Double in Osaka. All right, guys, lock in. I already shaved it.
Are you rectangle or no?
I'm Reki, yeah.
All right, here we go.
Okay, lock in, guys.
Guys, for every time that Carla and I get found, we're gifting 1 copy of the game.
And a Switch 2, courtesy of Whiskey.
Maybe a Switch 2.
Oh, okay.
Are you hunting? Wait, what is?
We're doing
this game
double.
mode? Is that the one where
we all hide and then we all hunt? Yeah.
Oh, I'm kind of ass at that.
No, you're really good at it.
No, I'm actually really ass. Is that the one that you've been doing?
I've done I do a mix of everything.
Okay. I think
anything but hiding. Oh, we should do that. We should do a round of anything but hiding. So out in the open.
I've seen people do like everyone has to draw the same character and it's just like art contest essentially. I mean, you could kind of play however you want.
Jorbies, hi. How are you?
So is this the one where we all hide and then the person who finds everyone the fastest wins?
Yes.
Okay. So I am ass at this. I kind of like the infection mode.
Yeah, it's fun. We should do that on a big map. I like Simpsons as well.
There's a couple of new maps I want to do. There's a SpongeBob map that looks cool. There's a Fall Guys map. There is
Fall Guys, yeah. Have you tried Peak?
I have not done the Peak map.
Okay.
There's another one that's good that I forgot. I don't really have a... I wonder if I should just give up.
No, don't give up. You can't. We have so much to do.
Where are you hiding? Oh, I was gonna say we can't do a...
We can do a...
We can't do a duo thing on this game mode.
No, but we can. We can lock in next time. The West Hut map is so bad. But I love it. I'm so bush tonight. Wait, are you girt by sea, Whiskey?
Am I who? Am I
Are you
girthed by
girt?
the sea?
No, are you girt by sea?
I have no idea what that
Are
means.
you feeling girt today or what? Who's up
I'm gonna
girding?
say yeah.
All right, sick.
Girt by the sea. Isn't that the movie with Casey Affleck?
No, it's in our national anthem.
Wait, in the Australian national anthem, they say girthed by the sea?
No, we are girt by sea, not girth by sea. Because we're surrounded by sea.
Oh, okay, I kind of get it.
Right, okay. We're girth by sea.
Oh my god, I'm dead.
I'm gonna find you instantly.
You get... Oh, you can paint during the search?
No.
No, you can't. Wait, you died immediately. Wait, why can I see this person?
One of Henry's in the same spot they do every time. No, okay. You win this time, Henry.
Oh, this is kind of wild. Everyone's just like
Oh,
shooting
fuck, I'm
each other.
flashing. That's embarrassing.
Yeah. You're flashing immediately.
That's really embarrassing. Okay.
Is your frame rate okay for this game? I feel like
Yeah. Is yours not?
Oh, it's been like, it's really choppy. I don't know if it's because of the game mode or maybe I'm a chud.
You know it, Chud.
Oh, that's a good spot, whoever that is.
I can't believe I just flashed. I feel like pure shit.
Oh, that's also a good spot. Oh, that's also a good spot. Wait, I just found like 9 people in 1 second. Wait, you only have 4 left? Oh, that is a good spot. Oh, that's a good spot.
Yeah, I'm good.
Why is no one a rectangle nowadays?
I don't know.
I think I've only played as rectangle ever since it's been out.
Yeah, I really like it.
Yeah, you have to shoot yourself in this game, I think. Right?
Yeah. In this mode.
It's like one of the few times it's socially acceptable.
Aw.
Oh, my game is laggy as
No,
shit.
don't lag. You're so sexy.
Wait, Carla, do you cuss on your stream?
Yeah.
Okay. I always feel bad. Like I'll go into a collab lobby and I'll start saying things like shit, fuck, cunt,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm like, oh, maybe that's inappropriate. But you know what? I just remembered
Mhm.
that last time we played together, you spent 2 hours repeating the phrase phallic member. So I don't know why I'm asking.
Phallic member is so tame. Whiskers. Come on.
No, it's
back me
not.
up.
I'd
Phallic
rather.
is such a good word.
I think I'd actually rather you say a slur.
All right, white boy. Easy white chocolate. I wouldn't want you to melt.
Easy white chocolate.
That's crazy.
I'm glad though that I can say bad words though.
No, I'm really good on like spawns. Like I will lock the hell down and say like frick and stuff.
Oh, for a sponsor?
Yeah, but then when it's free reign, it is definitely an adult stream.
You know what I was thinking about? Maybe this is a cope take.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if sponsors see my Twitch tags. You know how you can have the tags?
Yeah.
I wonder if sponsors see my tags and they say, no, thank you. Because my tags are like big balls, Latina, what's the other one? What's the other bad tag I have?
You tell me, King.
Oh, small peepee.
I think the right
bunch of stuff.
brand wouldn't worry about that. Okay, Jorts. Okay, King, sure. Where's...
I'm out. It's choking.
Oh, good.
It was gross.
I had road to 200.
You're not farming, thumbs up. Alright, put the normal game mode.
All right, let's do basic.
If that's okay.
Yeah, let's do basic. And let's do a cash hide and seek mansion.
Okay. Let me see if I can fix my graphics.
Lock in.
Do you have all your settings on highest?
Yep. And
wonder if it would
60
help.
FPS for me. I feel like you don't need more than 60 for this game.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm so used to like 144.
I know, you're that guy. But
Yeah, right.
yeah, right.
Oh, it's still running weird ever since the update. I'll have to fix that later. We're full right now, right? I should pin the thing. What is it called? Bush shave?
So bush and shaved.
Name Bush. Password shave.
Wait, there's no
It is
way, right?
pinned.
Oh, damn.
Wait, do you want to cook? Where are you?
We can cook. Where are you?
No, if you already have a spot, don't worry about it.
I don't. Where are you though? Give me like an item in your room to not give it away. Then we can walk together.
I'm just in the spawn room.
Oh, here, yeah.
There you
Okay. What should we do?
I don't know.
Oh, should we do this? Wait, hear me out.
Texture quality sub-zero. Maybe that's it. Motion blur. Alright, sorry, I'm back. Where are you?
Yeah. You go the other side?
Like on the outside or in the middle?
Like in the middle, but like it's like a little bit out like that. Look at me. Come around. Feel me?
Looks like you're just showing ass.
Okay. Well, get in. Lock in. The hell?
Wait. What if we did... Oh, no, they don't have it.
Lock in.
Oh,
lock
wait,
in.
wait, Carla, come here.
Wait.
Oh, you're still doing that?
I'm bent like a hog. Do the other side.
Okay, fine.
And then we'll do yours.
Fine. Are you... Is your head... Okay. There we go.
Okay.
Like,
Lock in.
how far out? Oh, you're pretty out. I mean, we don't really need to draw much here, no?
No.
Oh, you're doing that though? Okay.
I'm doing
okay,
that
okay.
just for a laugh, but we don't have to.
No. I think that's smart. Oh, it's terrible. Hold on.
Wow, that's really good. I think that's fun.
No, I think that's excellent. Sometimes when you draw a straight line, it gets like jagged. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, what's the joke? Are you doing the edges or no?
No.
I think I'm gonna do the edges.
Okay.
I make like a loose shadow on both sides.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, it's doable.
Wait, guys.
Your ass is kind of angled.
Girl, can't just say that. Oh, it is. Yeah, you're right.
All right, let's see what everyone else is cooking.
Okay, wait. Let me lock in.
Oh my gosh, Jebby. Oh, Jebby. Jebby. Wait, whose username is whose jizz is this? Is that one of your Jebby? They just died.
I can't confirm or deny.
Okay.
All right, let me have a look.
Paga, I like it.
Ooh, Henry, yep, running it back. Nice. Whiskey,
Homo,
nice.
I like it.
Charlie, nice. Ooh,
like
nice. Axel, nice. Sloth, I like it.
That's a good bleach. Gee, I like that.
Ooh, that's nice. Oh yeah, I think, unfortunately, cooking has been had.
Sloth, that's stunning. Tara, that's awesome. Emma, that's good.
Jebby, thank you for the compliments. We needed that. Any spare likes, I will take.
You think so? I can't tell if it's good.
No, it's fantastic. This has never been done before.
We should have just been the horse's cock.
Don't say that. Don't listen to Charlie. He cheats. I'm kidding. Give Charlie a like.
Is that lingerie SpongeBob?
Kyle!
Wait, you know what? I think it is good. Look up. Are we asking to break your heart by Kyle Creek?
Hold. Can't hear you.
Mic check.
It's not
Aqua
you, it's
Kyle
me.
2000 donated 100
Carla.
Australian
Kyle.
dollars.
Boyan,
Wanted
yes.
to send you some love.
Carla.
You've been going
What?
through a lot. Go take mum out on a nice little date
We lost
on
it.
me.
Thank you, doll. Kyle,
He's
that's
gone,
so kind. What the hell? I'm gonna do this so he thinks I'm on the phone. Kyle? That's really, really thoughtful and really nice, and I'll most definitely do that. I'll take her to get a petty. Thank you, doll. That's so kind. Thank you, Kyle. That's so honestly, that is so lovely. I know I'm distracted as hell. It's on my desk, Jorbies. I stay strapped.
Are we still alive?
I'm alive. I hate for a little stank to come out of my...
We're still alive. Oh, she's hitting the stanky leg now. No, I thought she was busy, so I got up to...
We did it. We did it.
Carla, are you back?
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, I'm back.
Oh, I thought you were busy, so I got up to entertain myself, and then you started hitting that shit.
Sorry, I was saying something to chat.
No, I figured. I didn't want you to have to like.
You can do whatever you want.
Feel pressure to come back. Okay.
No
okay.
pressure
Oh, we
me.
survived, by the way.
We did.
survived,
I know,
by the
because
way.
I'm goated. Stick with me, kid. I'll show you the ropes. I'm kidding.
I got 2 points because I was in the back.
2 points. Okay, hold. I'll be a hunter. Let's do sewer.
Your camera is doing that thing again. It's so funny.
Really?
Like it'll glitch out and you'll like go like this.
Oh hell yeah! I do it on purpose.
And I know it's actually pretty sick. Question: when I turn up the Spotify jam, does it turn up for you?
Turn it up.
So I'm gonna turn it up really loud, okay?
Okay. No.
It doesn't.
No, I have control.
It's loud as shit.
Barbara Streisand.
Okay, you're not hunting, are you? You sound like a ghost that's haunting me. We're also jamming out.
This is whiskey night in Japan. Everyone's so annoyed by us.
We were kind of annoying. I'm not gonna lie. No, like we get up at like 7 a.m. and like fully be screaming since you've been gone. I can breathe for the first time.
And they should appreciate our talent. It's not our fault we're talented.
No, like Chris would be like 2 hours of sleep deep into the night, and Carla and I would be like,
Since you've been gone, I can't breathe for the first time. Kyle, we love you.
oh, you're not hunting, right? You're hiding?
I'm hunting. I'll do a quick burp. Yeah, hunt away.
Okay.
Kyle, that is so kind. I appreciate you, especially, like mum especially. That's very, very kind. I hope you know that. Hi, Leggies as well. Hi, but yeah, no, Kyle, I know I was distracted and being a dickhead, but that's really, really generous. Thank you, doll. That means a lot. How much time do I have? 75 seconds. Okay.
My spot is ass. Chat, stop me when it's ass. I don't think it's bad. I mean, it's not great.
Ooh. Madonna.
That's pretty good. Oh, welcome back. Welcome back.
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. So
I love how the music is synced.
Is a human adventure. Yeah. Okay, lock in, guys.
You gotta lock in. You're never finding me.
Really? Because I just found you. Imagine.
Let's see how everyone's cooking. Okay, sloth. Interesting.
Oh.
Jebby, I love it. Homo, that's excellent.
Shit, I'm screwed.
Jizz, that's really good.
Being a streamer is just saying all these random ass names.
Emma, that's... Oh, Emma, it's actually... I like that a lot.
Kidney stones?
Noah?
That's really good.
That's really cool. Tara, incredible, as always. Chia, I love it.
Where are you? They're in here, Whiskey. They're in here. Oh, wait. You're hiding.
Oh, no, I'm hunting with you.
Well, that's a lie.
No, I was better emote.
That's so funny. That's actually...
I'll have you know, someone just said, Whiskey, that's a good spot.
Well, and it was. I'm not going to deny it because it made me go crazy, but I got you.
Wow. Look at this homo, dude. This is great. Carla, what do you call them?
I call them their name Henry, but they also love that you said homo because happy pride. So it's really whatever you want.
Well, can I keep it a buck?
Yeah.
I always try to call people some version of their username so that other people can know who I'm talking to. Do you know what I mean?
I get you fully. Yeah.
Like just to be like inclusive.
No, I get it. There is, there's a Tanglewood map, but it's kind of glitchy. Oh, is there a goal?
Oh yeah, sorry. USA is playing Turkey.
Wait, isn't it Australia?
No.
There's an Australian game on right now.
Oh, that's who.
Yeah. Oh, is there 2 games on?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Who are you versing?
Turkey.
Turkey? Oh shit. Oh, Axel.
Alright, sorry, I'm back. Oh, you called him Axel. I called him Tara.
Oh, really? Cute. Wait, where, Axel? Reese.
Homo, that's excellent.
Reese? Did you say something? Huh? You said turkey? Well, I can't hear you. I thought you said something. Okay. Wait, hold. Wait, did someone draw balls? This kid. Don't shield them. That's crazy. Oh yeah. Bitch pose nasty.
Carla, what map is this?
Simpsons.
Okay, okay.
Simpson double. Simpson double.
Roger, roger, roger.
And I'll do an infection. Hi, Mimi.
Oh, it's Simpson double?
Yeah. Ooh,
Why is there a bunch of fart noises?
that's me breathing. She has a blocked nose.
Me core.
I love how everyone thinks it's fart noises.
I heard it the other day. I thought you were just like, you had like something like suspicious for dinner maybe.
Oh, great.
No, I wasn't going to say anything because like you're my friend, but.
Girl.
I was casting judgment.
Why would I? That's so funny. Fair. I keep going, who the F is farting? Sorry, guys.
Let's see. Doubles, huh?
Sometimes you just have to fart a little, guys. It's okay. This just reminds me of Devil Wears Prada. Oh yeah. Oh. Ellie, I love it. I'm obsessed. Do you? I am obsessed. I think it's so good. Maybe too good, actually. I like a Picasso. You know what's good though with the Minecraft map? Okay. Lock in.
You're never finding me.
Really?
For some reason, whenever the hunting part for this game mode starts, it super lags my computer. I don't know why.
Really?
Oh, that was a good one. I feel bad for shooting them. Yeah, it's like super stuttery.
That's funny.
Oh, that's really good. Was that you? Oh, that was really good.
Which one?
You know where you were.
Okay.
Oh, who is this?
Wait, you guys are popping off.
Wow, wow. Oh, that's really good too. Have you done any new maps today?
Police station I tried for the first time. That was okay. It was a lot though. But I do have a couple new ones, so we can try it together. But I haven't tried
Is
yet.
Police Station from Resident Evil or something?
I don't think so, unless it is. I don't know.
Oh
But
my
I
gosh,
have
it's
a low
so
poly
laggy.
cavern. You can try. And
Okay,
a kitchen.
Okay.
God, I hate that I
Oh, if
repeat that
there's
every time
someone
that
in the
happens.
garage. I missed him. Yeah, it's been stuck in my head.
I hate.
Woo!
Okay, grow up. Charlie, no.
We have 5 left. You're different.
Only.
God, be someone up here. Gotta be someone in the crib.
The crib.
Gotta be someone in the van.
Gotta be
Nice
someone.
shot, Homo. Oh, wait. I'm realizing that my spot might be kind of ass now that I look at it.
I don't think I found you, so it's not us.
Well,
I mean, they're all
think
good,
once
to
you,
be honest.
I think once you get there, you'll see how ass it is.
Really? I can't find you. I feel like you're in the kitchen, though.
Maybe?
Alright, lock in Carl's. Where is he?
Oh, that's good. Is that someone? That has to be someone. Okay. Nice, Homo. Excellent work.
You just love saying it.
Yeah, a little bit.
What the hell?
How many are left?
I know you're here. Where are you?
I'm not there, bro. Oh my god, this is so laggy for me.
No, I know. Tell me real.
If I was you, where would I be?
You found me.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay. Where are you?
I'd be very impressed if you impressed with myself if you didn't find me, but I think it's pretty ass. Maybe it's so ass that you're not even looking there.
But like, it's whistling here. Where are you?
Oh my god, Tara's winning. Oh, that's so good. Who was that? Gia, that was incredible. I looked at that like
Girl.
twice.
You have to be upstairs then. You're not here.
I may be upstairs, but I also may not be upstairs. Does that help?
Yeah.
I know someone's in the kitchen because I haven't found anyone here. Woo!
Girl, where are you? This is driving me insane.
Oh, that's really good, Jizz. Carla, come on. Yes, Homo, yeah! Did you find me?
No, where are you? Oh. Oh.
No shot, you didn't find me.
Where are you?
I'm upstairs.
Yeah.
And
What
I'm
room?
the
What room?
I'm,
What room?
I'm the hallway. I'm the thing for the attic.
Oh yeah, I did find you. Yeah, that was good.
Oh,
Sorry.
man.
No, that was good. That was good.
So do you get points if people don't find you?
I think you get points for if you're in their line of sight and they don't find you.
Oh, okay. I fear I can't do doubles because it's like incredibly laggy for some reason.
That's okay. Let's do
Sorry.
Bing Bong and we'll do Infection.
Is that peak?
Yeah.
Hold on, this is my song.
Okay. What is it? Whoa.
Is this like a rectangle map or like a
You can do
circle
both.
map?
You can do both.
Okay.
I want to do a spot. Did I do this spot with whiskey? I'm trying to think.
You can dance in this game. Look at this.
Yeah, you're hitting it. Who's hunting?
Oh, interesting map.
Right?
It's like the airport, but it's like kind of different. Oh, that's kind of cool.
Who's hunting? Do we know?
I'm not hunting. That much I could tell you.
I want to see if I can.
Wait, there's bing bongs everywhere.
I want to do this one I've done, but I think a lot of people know this spot.
Wait, you can moonwalk if you hold your character. This is so cool.
You're moonwalking?
Yeah, watch, watch, watch.
Oh, I can't see you.
Wait, this is like such a clean moonwalk. It's kind of sick. I love the hand on the hip pose. It's so cunty.
I know, I know.
It's kind of giving dress to impress.
Yes.
All right, let me stop dicking around.
Finally,
and,
guys.
Find a
dicking.
spot.
You got this.
Oh, this is interesting.
There's some good spots.
There is some good spots. No, that's ass. I gotta find a new one. It's not gonna work. Why is there queso in the background over here?
Because why not?
That's so funny. It's just... Fuck, I'm out of time. Is this goofy? Oh, that's kind of goofy. Wait, maybe it's not goofy. What if I did this?
I will do it.
Yeah. What if I did,
Oh, great song.
What if I did this? And then it was like this
Oh, no.
afterwards.
Okay, that's arse. I will be found. Wait, Charlie got found? Time we spent together, you wanna know it now.
I don't really know what I'm
Be my
trying.
lover, wanna be my lover. We gotta do some cool.
And then we do something like this, maybe? Be my lover. Maybe do something like this.
We might have a cooldown, Kyle. I think hype trains were banned.
Chat, do you see the vision here?
I think it's no train Friday.
You
What
guys
did
see
you
the
do?
vision? No, it's really excellent, I think.
Are you still hiding?
I am still hiding, yeah. Are you still hiding?
Yeah. I want to see you. Mine's so arse.
Well, we can't see because we're infection, right?
Yeah.
I think this is really good. Chat, that's really good.
Sad subways. On the dance floor, get down. There's a new train I saw earlier. It's a mystic train. And you get
Nice
three.
legs, Daisy Dukes.
You
Makes
get
my
3
man go,
golden
"Woo,
emotes.
woo."
So it's like an extreme
That's what the whistle reminds me of
golden
every
kappa.
time.
I'm like, girl. Woo woo.
Guys, this is really good.
I want to see yours. Although I have a feeling.
You're never gonna see it.
I don't know.
I think it's
I will.
excellent.
I love to train. What were you? Were you a bag?
I was in a bag and I was a loaf of bread, but a chat seemed to think I was just drawing like a butthole.
Come and get me.
I was a loaf of bread.
Come and get me.
Are you still alive?
I'm alive. Come and get me. Kyle, you do every day. I'm very thankful for you
I was
guys.
a loaf of bread.
You're perfect in every way.
Wait, are you Martin Scorsese?
Yes. No, I'm
No,
kidding. I
you
want
were,
to
you were.
though. That's Martin Scorsese?
Yeah, who did you think? Who did you think it was?
John Travolta?
No, Carl, you're farming.
I am.
You're farm.
I am.
Okay.
I am. I just wanted you to go, what?
Right. No, you got me. It's good. Okay, so you're hiding.
Yes, you got me. Oh, Bran got me.
And you're in a. Oh, you're dead.
Okay.
Damn it. What were you? Oh, you were the.
I was a little tape.
Caution tape vibe. Okay. I like this. I think this map is a good map. Like, I got some
Martin's
ideas
close.
for this map.
Yeah, I got some ideas.
How many people are left?
5?
And someone's definitely on the wall, probably. Be my lover.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, there's a bunch of
I have a spot I want to try.
fungus over here. Someone's got to be in the fungus.
The fungi. Emily, that was really good. I nearly missed you. Oh my god, did you climb his peak, Kyle?
I don't think I found anyone. Where? I got. In the elevators is diabolical. Oh, Jebby.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, Jebby. Oh, homo. Oh, wow, homo. How many people survived?
You're acting like Martin Scorsese right now. Oh, that's a good one. I like yours.
Oh, there was someone
Wait, we have to run that
in the
back.
rock
I have an
wall.
idea.
You know what? I think it's I think it's the Australia lag actually that's doing me. Now that
I'm
I think
playing
about
North America.
it. Which just means that you got to move.
I'm playing on your server.
I'll go square.
I have an idea, guys.
Oh, I can't select anymore. Never mind.
I have an idea. Bong. Oh, I guess I could do this again. This wasn't my idea, but I'm gonna... Wait, who's hunting? Are you hunting?
I'm hiding.
Oh.
Personally, I'm hiding. Wait, do you want to cook or are you hunting?
You can cook with me if you want.
Where are you?
Where are you?
I'm on the elevator.
Oh,
The
okay.
tram.
I can't.
Describe it.
Wait, here, I'll DM you.
No, you don't have to DM me.
I am.
Sign language it.
Okay, ready?
Oh, okay, I got it. But there's a lot of them. Which one are
Okay.
you at?
Well, you won't be able to see me, so it'll be interesting to see what we do.
Oh, we're infection. Oh, oh my god, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'll go basic again.
No, I keep forgetting.
That's my bad.
No, you're good.
No, I'm a piece of shit.
Wait, now I'm just gonna kill you when I get found.
No, don't.
Wait, we can cook with this. Oh. Wait, Chad, is this ass? Stop me when it's ass, please. It's not? Okay. Oh, no. Nah.
What'd you do?
Nah.
Did you cook?
I may have done a little meal prep, yeah.
Meal prep?
I may have ordered some food delivery. I may have hired a personal chef.
Really?
I mean, I think it's perfect, really. I mean, or maybe you can do something like this. I like it. 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 I love
I
it.
fucked it. I fucked it up. I fucked it up. I fucked it. I fucked it. I fucked it.
No, you didn't.
No, I did. I did. I did.
Is only one hunter? Oh, it is infection. Yeah. Picasso, I love it. Nice legs, Daisy Dukes makes him mango.
Woo, woo.
This is such a whiskey playlist, bro. I love it.
I know it is. I'd be
Because
shaking
I'm
it
not
like
getting
jelly.
found, I kind of want to just turn this up a little bit. It's like I'm never getting found, you know?
Oh, I wish I gotta do basic again. I need to see you. I want you to. I want to be found so I can. Oh my god, Mimi, you've been in my lap this whole time. Oh,
I'm never getting found.
really? Do the move that I like in Japan.
Which one?
The hip. It's like a thrust, but very rigid.
Wait, oh wait. I know what you're talking about, but I forgot how it goes.
Just you know, it's just stiff pelv. Slower, slower. I have that as a gift sticker and I use it all the time.
No, pause real quick, guys. So story time in Japan. Every day I try to have like a really good fit on, and I would go to Carla and I say, Carla, is this eating? And I would like pose like in the stairway.
I think you're in the
like,
the vlog doing it, right? I think you did it.
I probably did it like 24 times throughout the trip.
Yeah. It's my favorite thing.
Did the music pause for you when I did that?
Yeah, that's really annoying. You just dancing with no music.
I'm never getting found.
I want to find you. Oh really, dog? The Aussie.
Carla, you have 1,100 points.
All right, I'm finding you. I'm finding you. Whistle for me.
Nope. Oh, I'll whistle. I'll whistle.
What were you? Nice. Dancing like a dad at a wedding.
I got my assay, bro.
You loved every second.
Can I show you where I was?
Yeah.
Follow me. Oh, there's still so many people hidden. I was right here.
Nice. Turn around, turn around. I was right here last time in this hole.
Oh. That's smart in the hole.
I know. It's very nice.
Oh, shit. I'm out of breath from standing up one time.
Alright, so Charlie is going to be somewhere diabolical.
That sounds about right. Where? I gotta see this.
Was Charlie in his spot?
Oh my god, Noah.
Ooh,
Noah.
Teffa, what color are you doing?
Noah.
Wait,
Noah.
what was Noah doing? Was Noah...
Just sitting on the chessboard, unposed.
You're joking.
Wait, is this glitched?
You're joking.
Wait, Parker was just standing out in the open,
Oh, they
unpainted.
moved, I think, last second.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
I was gonna say it. Looked like it was like bugged or not painted or something, just like floating.
All right, I gotta show you. Let's do.
Guys, bush shaved. Sorry, go on.
Oh, let's do a brand new one that I've never done before.
Mama say, mama san. You can dance so well in this game with the character.
All right.
Carla, you gotta hit the moonwalk.
So how do you do it again?
So you just do the default pose and then just walk backwards.
Walk backwards.
Except we can't do it because we got it download. Still full? Okay.
How do I walk backwards?
A or D or S.
None of that's work. Although to be fair, I can't moonwalk in DBD. You show me whiskey, you don't?
It's much easier in this game.
Oh, wait,
I can't, I'm stuck on download.
nice. Oh, wow.
Oh, here, like this, like this.
Damn, I suck at that. Ooh, nice. Going back to Burnett, are you down?
We're doing basic?
Yeah. But it's
Okay,
a new
okay,
map.
okay, cool. I think basic's my favorite.
Oh. Oh boy.
I feel like being rectangle here is the move.
Yeah.
Also, this map is huge.
Oh wow.
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good, actually.
Thoughts? Oh wait, I got an idea. Can I go on top of your head?
Yeah.
I don't think I can, right?
Well, no, I don't think you can. We have to be on a surface.
Well, you can go like stand here, and then we're gonna do this here. Look at these. We'll do this, and I'll be the top.
Oh.
So stand
Oh,
wherever
you
you
wanna
want.
do it?
Yeah, and then I'll.
Wait, you're cooking. Hold on, let me do this.
Yeah.
No, let me do this.
Yeah, I can do it here.
Wait, I kind of like this. Can you go on me?
Like that?
Wait, we're cooking, I think? Yeah.
Or should I do? Oh, not that. Sorry.
Do.
Trying to go around.
Can you do the classic turtle pose? Is that better, you think?
What do you reckon?
Can you go on? Can you go in me more?
Oh my god.
Yeah, go in me.
We're not beating the allegations.
No.
How about that? How about that? That's really good. Thoughts?
Well, from the side it looks blocky.
Wait, how about I do this? Before we get excited. Can you do your stem?
Yeah. Hold on, let me get into the. I need to go back into the earth more. Hold on. Hold on, I'm. Okay, there we go. Now go on me. Is that better?
How about that?
That is good. Oh, my white head is showing.
Paint the tip. Paint the tip red. Bitch, I said what I said.
Oh, paint the tip red. Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on. The low poly stuff makes it like you need different colors. Oh, there we go.
Quick,
well, there would be
paint
like a
the tip
shadow
red,
here.
Paint the tip red.
I'm painting red.
Okay. And the back head. Yeah, nice.
Wait, I think we cooked?
I think we cooked.
Oh, no, wait. Hold on. I didn't cook. Hold on.
Guys.
Mama say, mama sa, mama kusa. Mama say, mama sa, mama kusa.
I think it's good.
Wait, we cook. No, I'm white on this side. Holy shit, I'm white on this side. That's perfect. Carla, we're never getting found.
No, I think we're stuck here for life.
Are we getting found?
Nah, let me see everyone. Oh, nice. Oh, stunning.
That's not bad.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Nice.
It's not
Nice.
bad.
No, it's not bad at all.
Uh-oh. Carla.
Yes.
Oh my god. No, Carla, we're cooked. Run! I'm not fast enough at taking. Okay,
You say run,
see what
run.
people are cooking.
As a slant
and I can't
is
get
so
it
funny.
quick enough. Parker, what on God's green earth is this? Jizz. I like that. Change your name though, but I like it.
You love saying that.
Homo, that's tough. That's tough. Bush, that's really good. Bush, that is really good. POV Dick Cheney comms. Chia, okay. Simple, yet effective. Jebby, I love it.
Oh, wait, let me...
Okay, they're dead.
Oh.
Noah.
Bush.
I can't believe Jizz is alive.
It's always alive.
Packin. I think Bush. This is really creative. Bush, I like this. Noah, you cook.
That is nice. You know what? They're doing really good for this brand new huge map.
Yeah, I think this map is a little tough because it's pretty high up.
Yeah, I think.
I don't know. I feel like as the hunter, I always struggle like when people are hidden up high.
This is an infection map, I think.
Does this go? Oh, there's a whole other room with crystals. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's nuts. Oh, there's a T-Rex. Oh, this is huge. This is a cool map. I do like this map. Like the theme of this map, though. I like it. Wait, there's like random stuff outside of the map.
I think they're... Ooh. Nice.
Chia, well done.
Real nice.
Noah, congrats. Homo, that's really
Replying
good.
to pinned. Bush. Brandon. And Bush to you too.
I can't believe Jizz. Oh no, Jizz died? No, they survived.
Good night, Charlie. My God. I think we're gonna have a spot opening up soon, guys. If
I think there's people that will fill it.
yeah.
Guys, server name Bush.
Password shaved. Let's
you're
go
down.
basic. I gotta sneeze.
Okay, what do you mean someone called Penis Hair joined?
Oh.
Everyone, 80% of the lobby is diabolical usernames. What do you mean, penis hair?
I mean, why not?
Well, the things I like to say things like, "Oh, that's a great spot," but now I'm gonna say like, "Oh yeah, penis hair, that's awesome."
Girl, it hasn't stopped you for the last hour. Don't even
Okay,
play.
it's a little. I'm just gonna call him
naughty
PH.
boy. No, say it.
Unleash
No,
Louise
it's a PG
22
stream.
has gifted a sub to you.
Girl.
Shaved your bush.
Louise, thank you.
Are you cooking?
Oh, I'm gonna cook. Actually, don't know what I'm gonna do. Thoughts?
Oh, I shouldn't have been a rectangle, bro. You're not hunting though?
No. This isn't good at all, but I'm gonna do it. Kind of environment I thrive in. Louis, thank you, doll. That's really funny and
Where are you?
nice. You'll see me. It's really bad, but you can go the other side if you want.
Okay, Megan, I see the vision. Homo, that's really good, bro.
Exhibit A.
Exhibit A? Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Wow, penis hair, that's excellent.
That's me. Bro just wants to say things.
Is this ass?
No, it's not. It's really good. Unless I do this. Wait.
Your thumbs up mogging me. Oh, Chad is saying it's ass.
How about this?
Does that let you go inside?
Hold.
No, I don't want to ruin your spot. You do
No,
it.
you could never ruin it. I'm ruining my own spot. Ooh.
Okay. Oh, jizz, that's good. That's good. I like that. Let's see what else I could do here. What about something like this? Oh my god, Carla, I fell off.
No, you could never fall off.
Alright, I have 30 seconds to draw, which is good.
Oh, 1 second.
Chaz's house. Yeah, it is.
No, it's fine. Ooh, jizz. How are you, Lewis? Brandon, hello. Sorry, I'm get so locked in when I play this game. Ooh, no, I like that whiskey. I like it.
Nice legs, Daisy Dukes. Makes a man go, woo woo.
Ooh, jizz. For a nice. Axel knife. Ooh, Jebby, yeah. Oh, yeah, Bob. Oh, Noah, yeah. Penis. Amazing. Megan, yes.
Hold on, I want to see these. Is that ass?
It's not ass at all.
Oh, it's kind of ass from if you look from
Well,
far
yeah,
away.
it is ass from behind. Listen. Gonna need you to lock in.
I'm locking in.
Okay. It's been fun. I'm really obsessed with this game. I think I genuinely have a
I
problem.
like this song.
But it's okay. What song is it?
Push it, push it. Is that ass?
It's not ass.
Oh. No way.
I did, doll. I did ask. Even if I didn't ask, I would love
It's kind of
to hear
ass,
it.
bro.
So either way, we win.
Oh no. Emily's a really good hunter.
The mic came from a really good
Emily,
place.
why do you? I don't want to make an assumption. Are you dressed up as Charlie Kirk?
Oh, tell me no.
Hold on, look at me.
Hi, Punk. It's been 84
Oh my God.
years.
Oh. Vintage Charlie. No! That's not how it goes. All right, let's see what people are cooking. Bob, I like that. Penis hair. I don't know how I feel about that.
Alrighty. Yeah.
I see the vision,
Your
though. I see the vision.
Mia is so cute on my lap right now. How are you?
Oh, there they go.
Watch me work.
Noah, you
I'm perfect.
cooked. Noah, you cooked. Jebby. Jebby, I love this. Oh, Jebby, that's stellar. Oh, Jebby, you look like cake. Bob, I love it.
That's crazy.
I think sometimes it's good to just have a spot where you're just out in the open,
Oh,
or
is
not
that-
out in the open for once, and
that
actually
'cause
trying to
of-
blend in.
Is that because of Mac? I'm gonna try and get some keys. Focus.
Oh, Tara. Oh, Tara, that's really good. The details on the bonbons is incredible.
Bonbons.
Sorry, Carl, I didn't know you were muted. I was talking over you.
No, it's fine.
Well, I imagine you're trying to talk to chat, and then I yell some shit like penis hair. That's awesome.
Yeah, and if that happens, I mute you. It's all good. You're fine.
Oh, then I feel bad.
No, don't feel bad. You're fine. You did nothing wrong, King.
Vintage Jebby.
Vintage.
Oh, homo. Interesting. Let me see.
You're
Jizz,
diabolical.
I like that. I like that. Did you survive? No, you did.
No, it was a to try to spot. You're right.
Mine's kind of ass on second
No,
thought.
mine was my monkey's uncle. All right, let's do a brand new one. We're going into a kitchen. Guys.
Kitchen. Okay. Can we do Fall Guys after this?
Yes. You were going to laugh how bad
bro.
Fall Guys is.
If it's bad, we don't have to do it. One of the
Bad but
comments
good.
on this kitchen map, it says recommended search time 10+ minutes. Have you done it before?
No, this is gonna be funny. Okay.
And then all the other comments say 6, 7.
I'm a dev.
And then someone, the most recent comment, 22 minutes ago on the Steam Workshop for this map was from a user called Professor Hemorrhoid, and they said map too big, gun emoji.
Oh.
So I don't know.
What?
I mean, they do have Professor in their name.
I thought it was small. It's a kitchen. How big can it be?
I don't know.
Are they
Someone named
rich?
Toby commented 10 hours ago and said, so much large, comma, finder, run, feel like in mud and hard to climb.
Shit.
And then every other comment essentially says 6, 7.
Right. Okay.
And then someone said, follow me on YouTube.
Did you follow them?
No.
Oh, okay.
And then someone named Louis said, who are these fucking bots commenting 6, 7 on every fucking comment?
You're just making up comments.
I swear to God, I'm reading it off the screen right now.
Emma said, do you believe what whiskey says always? 99% of the time, yeah.
I'm
I-
hunting! Ah!
Oh, wait. You should leave a comment.
That's
Wait, it's not that
really
big. It's not that big.
bad.
It's not that big. It's small. It's literally small. They were...
All the comments are saying that it's huge.
No,
And that's-
they're lying. It's literally tiny.
I hope so.
No, it's smaller than Japan. Oh, this is...
It's massive.
You're a shoo-in. This is... It's...
Wait, the Australians are showing pride. Did you guys just win?
I don't know. Did we?
Well, I have a minute and I'm solo hunting?
It's tiny.
Oh, me and Tara. All right, Tara, let's lock in. Oh, 0-0, but we're through. All right, sick. W.
Oh, so they both are through.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I can't hide anywhere. There's like nowhere for me to hide. You're gonna find me so quick.
I'm so bad at hunting. It's not even funny.
No, like you're gonna find me instantly.
Carla, how often do you go clubbing?
I think I've been clubbing once in my life. There's not a lot of clubs in.
Literally same.
There's not a lot of clubs in Sydney anyway.
Why not?
I don't know. The lockout laws a few years ago. But honestly, I don't like the music half the time. You're gonna find me so quick. It's such a tiny map.
Real. It's
so tiny.
all the comments are saying it's huge.
Emma, I only did
And they're also saying 6-7.
because you're hilarious. Gotta trust me. No, this is so tiny. Like you're gonna find me instantly. It's a joke. Like we shouldn't play
Okay,
this
but
game.
what if we...
It's tiny.
I think you're just saying that to make me feel better because I'm not going to find you.
No,
I'm already bad at hunting.
No, it's like, I don't know what joke this was, because it is literally
Maybe the comments are being sarcastic or something?
Yeah, it's a tiny map. Like, it's basically a microwave. That's how small it is.
Okay.
You were going to find everyone instantly.
Man, I trust you. What if we quit streaming and became DJs?
Okay.
All right, here we go. Turkey scored?
Holy!
Oh, that's embarrassing. It's okay, we're already through. All right, Carla, where are you? Oh, this is... No, this is diabolical. Oh, this is horrific. It's the hardest so... I get now why they said the comment about the mud. Because you have to, like, climb into the toaster. This is...
Wait, USA just lost. Does that mean they're out?
No, we're already through.
Damn it. Okay.
This is horrific.
Yeah, it is horrific. I think we need to do infection, and we need to do the big models for this. Because the models are so tiny.
Yeah, but you can't... I think that the hardest part is really just, like, to get to the top, I have to climb for 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Like, it's like that comment said. It's like walking in the mud. I don't think we're finding anyone.
You got this.
No, this is a nightmare. What the hell? Is that someone? Is that someone? Penis
you did
hair?
it. You got penis hair. I knew you could do it.
Diabolical fucking comms.
I knew you could do it.
There has to be someone else here. Oh, there has to be someone down here. No. You can't see any. The verticality of the map is just...
I will say I'm in the kitchen just to say it.
In the kitchen?
Yeah.
Should I spend the rest of the round looking for you?
Up to you.
Or is it going to be obvious?
I think...
Oh, there's like
Ooh.
2 other rooms. Oh, I want to see the bathroom though.
I will say, I think there's a few of us in the kitchen purely just because it's so big that I may as well
Okay.
just say that.
I'm coming.
That's not going to be easy, but you'll be in the...
It takes, no joke, 30 seconds to even walk to the kitchen. It's like...
Hi, Kaylee. How
horrific.
Are you? Yeah, it's, I think we have to be the 1.7 inside.
But even then, you still walk
and-
slow.
An infection. Or yeah.
So are you eggs maybe? No.
No.
Are you a chicken?
No.
Are you a blender? Are you an apple? Well, you did say the word microwave, so that I get a feeling you were in the kitchen. There's no way you're in the kitchen, bro.
I am. Check the toaster.
What?
I'm in the toaster.
You're not in the toaster.
I'm in the toaster.
I looked in the toaster 20 times.
I'm in there.
What?
Here you go. I got fan. I was in the toaster.
Madonna. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick. Is there other people in the kitchen?
Yes.
Dude, this is crazy. I'm gonna leave a comment.
What are you leaving? Say it's too small.
Oh, that's how.
Look how
Oh
small
my
we
God,
are.
You guys are tiny.
I know, we need to do 1.7 and infection, because that's crazy.
Oh my God. Oh no, I was like looking for people literally 5 times the size.
Yeah, we have to do... It's...
No, what we have to do is uninstall the map.
No, hear me out. Let's do 1.7, like the big
Oh
one.
my God,
and
that's
infection.
insane.
And infection. Or can we try a double on this, or your PC
Let's
throw
do
up?
Fall Guys.
Okay.
My PC will blow up.
Okay, we'll come back to this, guys. We'll come back to this. Because Whiskey's about to crash out.
No, don't let me. No, I'll leave. You guys can do it.
No, shut up. Don't leave.
No, you guys. I don't want to. If you guys love the map.
Oh, shush. No one loves that map. It's us.
No, you and Homo and Jizz and Penis Hair and Noah and Megan, you guys can do the map.
Stop.
I think this is one of these horror masks. Let's turn on.
Did we listen to this song
Linux,
already?
it's so good. It's called Kitchen, but it's massive. Arcane, hello.
Madonna.
How was your stream? What were you playing? How was it? The beat. That sounds fun, Axel. A demo day. Any that stand out? I'm dancing. Do you like my dances?
And I'm trying to hit it right now.
All my life. All my life.
Imagine folding your body like this on the dance floor.
Get me in.
Are you hunting?
I'm hiding. Building bookshelf models.
Oh, this map has movement?
Ooh.
Oh, and the thing can hit you?
Oh my god, I'm in.
Oh, that's nuts, actually.
Oh, what? Get me into the beat.
I remember this map. Guys, remember 2020 when, like... That's all I got.
Okay.
Remember 2020?
Oh, I remember it.
And, like, we would just play Fall Guys every night, and, like, everyone was, like, happy.
It was crazy.
No, I used to stream so much Fall Guys, and, like, it was just, like, the vibes were fantastic.
Where have you been all my life? Where have you been all my life?
Should I be a cat?
Yeah.
You know, you were right. This map is kind of ass.
Back to the kitchen, fellas.
Wait. No. Yeah. What if I pulled one of these? Is this ass?
Yes. Relax, doll. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Sorry if
hate the
I'm low
concept.
energy, guys. I didn't get much sleep last night, so I'm a little bit like...
Okay, does anyone hate the concept?
But I appreciate you.
Yeah, if it doesn't show up, it means it's full, I think.
Okay, let's see. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. Oh. Whiskey, that is your best yet.
What?
That's so good. Are you going to color it?
Well, I was trying to see what chat thought about it.
No,
and-
I think that's quickly. No, I'm not even kidding. That is so clever. And if you get shot first, I stand by my comment. Because I think that's really clever.
Okay,
Oh,
alright,
that's
alright, I trust.
so good. Whiskers. Oh my
Okay,
god.
I trust you. I trust you.
Wow. I almost want to join you. But I won't.
Do
I'll let
you
you
have
this
to draw
moment.
shadows, or they're automatic?
I think if you press V, there's some shadows.
But that's just client side.
I feel like everyone sees
can't
the
tell.
shadows, right? Or am I a sock?
You might be a sock.
Oh, okay. Oh my life. I got my cat in my lap. I'm so happy. There we go.
Is that ass? That's not ass.
It's not us.
Okay, Noah, I like that. Carla, that's crazy. Jizz. That's awesome. Homo. That's really good. Whiskey, honestly incredible.
Ooh, Axel like that.
Burn. Bob. Bob, I like that.
It's always nice to be and spend time with you in
Jebby,
the car.
diabolical.
Oh, that's very sweet. Thank you.
Tara. Oh, Tara, that's something
She's
else.
good. So she's I think improving
Emily, you
in
cooked.
the sense that she has
Oh, Emily, you're different.
her nose is still blocked, but I can hear the snot now instead of it being so blocked that she couldn't get any air in. So I'm like, okay,
Oh no,
that's
I moved.
slightly good. I think. And she's eating a little bit more too. And she's more cuddly. Because she was hiding under the bed for a little bit, so the fact that she's on me a lot is really nice. But she's struggling to take one of her
Carla, I
meds.
might survive.
I think you will survive because that is...
No, I just had a brush with death.
I know, but I think that's your best work yet. It's so clever. Like, it's actually so clever. Yeah, taxi. It sounds like it's clearing out anyway. I could be a sock, but it sounds like... In my head, I'm like, okay, I think it's better that I can hear it. Whiskey cheating dead. I know.
So I'm nervous because I told Chad if I survive this, I would gift several copies of the game through your account.
Oh, I said if you would survive, you're going to gift 2 Switch 2s.
I already got one.
Yeah, there's like another one.
I can't believe it's working. But to be fair, no one's been found though. Oh, okay, never mind. There goes a Noah. Oh, Emily, that was, I'm sad. I thought that was good. I like that. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm still alive.
I think everyone's alive.
Oh.
I'm gonna whistle so loud.
Did you play something else today, by the way?
On stream?
Yeah. Have you played Fears to Fathom?
No, I heard it was buns.
Oh, it's fun. I reckon we'd have a good time. I'd replay it with you.
Oh, you played it already?
Yeah. I'd replay it with you though. It was quite... I think you'll have fun with it.
No.
No, you're fine, you're fine. Oh!
Ah! Cheating. Carla, no way you survive. I'm gonna crash out. That's really clever and smart. I like it though. That's awesome. Take your fucking thumbs up. Get out of here.
Yes!
Get out of here.
Road to 150, guys.
I guess technically I am giving away 2 Switch 2s because I already gave one away.
Yep.
You want to know the whole reason I have another Switch 2?
Why?
Because I did a giveaway for one last year, and I didn't realize that the Switches are different, like region locked, and someone in the UK won.
Oh.
So I couldn't. I realized I couldn't ship it to them because you can't ship electronics like that overseas conventionally because like the battery and the airplane risk, and then also the warranty is void overseas if it's an American unit, and also the plug is different.
Oh, I use different like Amazon. So if someone in the UK wins, I use Amazon UK.
So that's what I did. Yeah, I
I
bought them a Switch directly through Amazon.
Oh.
And it was actually really funny because they had to confirm the delivery. So what they did was like they texted me at like 3 in the morning and they said, hey, the postman is here, but he needs the delivery code to confirm the delivery. And luckily I was awake. So I texted them back right away and I said the code is like whatever, 6238. And they said thank you and I got it. So it was like a kind of a nightmare.
What the hell?
But I'm just glad that they were able to get it.
Damn.
Otherwise I would have like had to have them log into my Amazon or something or
Real. Are you going to?
So I still have the American one. Am I gonna what?
American giveaway. Do you have to like say it's only for America? Did you give it away?
This one, yeah, because I have it. It's like behind me.
Yeah.
And it's not gonna work in anywhere else.
Do you want to keep the server and the password? Because I'm gonna skedat. So do you want to take this server and password so people can join?
You're leaving. No, you can say yes. I'm just asking. You're leaving?
Why just say it like that?
Because I was heartbroken. No.
I know. I really do want to hang with you. I'm having a ball, but I have to plan for a big stream.
I know. You're totally fine. You were already gonna get off earlier, so I appreciate you staying on.
But we should play games whenever.
Yeah.
Just YOLO, holla,
yeah, I'm down.
if you will. I'll replay.
I mean, the Spotify Jam has changed my perspective.
Oh, it has. I'm going to keep it on. I'm just going to keep listening to what you're listening. While I
Are you listening to? You can hear this?
Yeah, really good.
I wonder if it's like actually perfectly in sync.
I think it is. Ready? Let's sing. Hold on.
But there's just latency throughout
no,
Discord.
It's working. You're on with me.
No.
No, sing it. Hold on.
I don't know the lyrics.
You can do the humming. Just hum. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
It's over. USA lost? Rip USA? No, I think we're through.
Guys.
Oh, you lagged?
Join Whiskey. He's gonna make a bush shaved server.
I did not promise that.
You should, because I'm gonna raid you.
I have my raids turned off.
No, you don't. It worked.
What? There's no way you already raided.
You're such a lying sack of love.
No, I have raids turned off.
No, it's working. Joke's on you. Guys, shave your bush with whiskey.
No.
Shave it.
I don't even have a server.
Because if I'm free, I'll do my shit, then I can come back with you.
No. Don't do that. Do what you gotta do.
No, I know, but I might be free, so okay, we'll figure it out. All right, Whiskers.
Well, text me if you are, but don't worry about it.
I'll see you, Whiskers. Pleasure as always. You're my goats, okay?
Guys, give it up for Carla, please.
Give it up for Whiskey, my #1 whisk. Don't worry, Whiskers. Don't worry, Clunts. We're going to run this back very soon and have a full Whisk Clunt day. All right, Pookie. I'll see you over there.
Later.
Bye. Guys, what a beautiful day, huh? What a stunning day. Thank you so much for everything. I'm only leaving because I have so much to organize for Cluntmas. Genuinely. I was having a good time, but I was like, clocks are ticking. I appreciate you. Have a beautiful weekend. I'll see you soon. Me and y'all. Bye. Bye, guys.